Hello and welcome to the Banco Masters final table. Can hear myself, which is very annoying. Don't know how to fix this. I'm just going to wait for somebody to come fix it. It's kind of weird hearing yourself. I keep like double guessing. Ah, here we go. Help. Better? Yes. Fixed. Much better, thank you. Do you have a list of everybody's first full names that I could get? Possible?
Full list?
So under the gun open, ace jack suited, pretty standard. These high card hands very good when it comes to ICM situations. 8-9 suited in the cutoff. I like that fold. It's good to be disciplined. Whilst the high cards go up, the kind of suited connectors and weak pocket pairs go down a lot in value in ICM spots. The value is really just attached to kind of high card hands and strong pairs, so I like that fold, especially in 8-9 suited, especially because you have the problem of getting collared by ace king on the one of the best boards for your hand. So 9 players remaining, 20k up top there, just over. Not a bad payday. Big jump from second to first though, 80,000 euros. Pretty big jump for a 170 euro tournament, but there we go. Everyone locked up about 1,500 euros at the moment, and relatively small pay jumps for the first couple of payouts. So just going to be interesting to see how everybody starts their final table. I've played with a couple of these guys before. Seat 2. I think he's relatively solid from what I can remember. Seat 3, not played with Seat 3, but I've seen him around. Maxim opening up with the pocket sevens under the gun. Getting it through so far. Pocket fours on the bottom, what the blinds? 60k, I'm guessing. Yeah. 60k, so what, 45 big blinds deep? Yeah, I think calling with fours is fine. We're deep enough to set mine. But we are not the one who minds the set, that is Maxime. Absolutely loving this flop, just unblocking everything that can continue as well. All the top pairs, all the second pairs. No hearts in his hand, no queen, no jack, no ace, just not even an 8 or a 9. So he should be getting continued against a lot here, but he does just run into the under pair to the board. A little bit frustrating to take that one down, but I'm sure he won't mind too much. Great structure this tournament. Average stack coming into the final tables around 35 big blinds, which is pretty sweet. It starts with a 30-minute clock on day 1, then 45 minutes on day 2, and then an hour on the final day. So Very cool progressive structure, which I wish more tournaments were sharing structures like that. If anything, it's the other, especially in the UK in live tournaments, tend to start with a good 40-minute clock and then go down to 30 minutes or something bizarre. And just when they start to play for more money, it's a bit crazy, but Jack 8 in the small blind, probably just going to elect to limp this one. 10s coming in for the snap raise in the big blind. See what size he decides to go for. He knows he's raising, hasn't quite worked out the size, but just grabs those big chips. Looks like, what, 180? 160, small size. Does continue the Jack 8. I think people's range for ISOing the big blind here is going to be much tighter than it should be in theory. A lot of the kind of weaker bluffs are not making it in there, so I'm alright with just limp folding this one, to be honest, in a final table. In Chippy V, I would never consider folding. Wins. Wins. Let's see. Hand and bob some of these guys. See what they're saying. Tens again. Somebody else, but still a pair of tens. King 10 suited gets snap folded there in the cutoff. I didn't see the stack size, but that's one we potentially would consider some 3-bet bluffs with, or a continue some of the time. Pretty strong hand, much stronger, and just retains equity better than something like the pocket fours that we saw earlier, so didn't see any of the details there. It just kind of flashed up and was gone before I knew it. Ace Queen continuing out the big blind with a call makes sense to me. Definitely don't want to be 3-bet calling off 40 bigs off in a final table setting with 9 people left for no real reason. Not often going to get it in, and 3-bet folding is just a bit of a disaster because our hand just has such strong equity against so much of his opening range. 10's going for, can't quite see that size, 225, which is quite big. We don't tend to use massive sizes or bigger sizes, not massive but bigger sizes when it comes to ICM. You tend to just incentivize to just put a lot less chips in, and pretty much every opportunity. So flop C bets tend to just be like a size down. Ace Queen going for the check raise, which is not something I would be finding personally versus what I would consider a size up on the flop. I'd consider what you would quote unquote a standard C bet to be something like 100 to 135k on the flop, and so the size up is generally just going to be a hand with some kind of value if you're going on population tendencies. So sizing up with such a strong hand that doesn't really need protection, like I don't think he's going to really be sizing up many flush draws, because it just doesn't make very much sense to put in a lot of money when you can potentially face a check raise with a hand like a draw, which is going to be relatively strong. So it tends to just be quite weighted towards pairs, and by raising Ace Queen you only really get continued by like King Queen, Queen Jack suited. Yeah, he just folds tens on the flop. So I think just like a little bit of an overplay from Ace Queen there. We just got a really nice hand to check call with and bluff catch. Let him value own himself with Queen X. Potentially bet something like tens twice, just thinking there's enough draws to get value from and get some protection. Might decide to barrel some flush draws himself. So I think I just definitely check call Ace Queen there, but gets the job done. Seat 1. Not sure if that's this guy. Could be. Name's not spelled quite the same. Richard Lindbergh, but there is a very good chance that that would be a mistype and that is actually him. If this guy is Swedish. Seat 1, Richard. Has a couple of caches on the Hender mob, but just 5 caches in 5 different countries. Kind of cool. Pocket Queens. Going for the free bet, naturally. You're loving this spot. It's still one of those situations in the final table where when the chips if the chips end up going in pre, you're still not delighted about it, but your hand is really just strong enough. You could consider flatting like jacks and tens here, but queen's definitely just going to be value. Ace jack suited, I think, potentially wants to just make a nitty fold. Yeah, I like it. Just really, really often dominated. People not finding any bluffs often. You know, very, very rare that people are finding these kind of free bet bluffs pre-flop, and if they do, it's just minimal number of combos in the final table kind of setting. So I like the decision to just fold ace jack there. Again, I missed the size there. Obviously, depends on the size. There are going to be some sizes where we're just kind of forced into continuing because our hand is good enough, and he is going to have, like, we're going to have a 30% versus his range. If he has some ace 5 suited and stuff in there sometimes, and some pocket tens potentially, then we're having to start peeling. Ace queen off, another strong hand. Not surprised to see it being opened. Seems like a big size. Almost 3x. Unless the blinds are up. Yes, they are. 40k, 80k now. So actually not wild open. Pretty fine. All in for the pocket 7. Small blind versus under the gun +2. How many big blinds we got? 11 bigs, yeah. I mean, we're still not loving it facing this early position open, but hand is just about strong enough here for 11 bigs, so still got some fold equity. Bratislava, who opened just kind of one of the higher end of the middle stacks though, so he's going to be opening a pretty, pretty legit range here. So that's why you're not loving it. It's not like he's going to be opening kind of pocket 4s and stuff like that, so you're not loving it, but it's fine in the flip, and he's going to have some raise folds sometimes, king queens, king jacks, jack 10 suited, queen 10 suited, stuff like that, so off to the races. Good flop. He's enjoying it so far. Come on, dealer, fade it. He's thinking, fade it. Oh! Brutal, know that feeling. Bratislava just boom, out of nowhere. Ace from space. And we're laughing. Down to 8 just like that. So 1500 for Oscar there. GG, sir. Fine effort. Everyone guaranteed 2.5k now. But looking for that 20k first place payout. Another decent opener for Bratislava. It's going to be making it 175 again, same as before. Ooh, ace king in the cut-off. Interesting to see his decision here. Given that we saw a check raise with ace queen, I think we were going to see a free bet. Seems good covering as well. Definitely want to be putting the pressure on. Chooses a pretty big size, all things considered, like over 3x, only 50 big blinds, 40 big blinds effective is pretty on the larger side, especially in a final table setting. So I think Bratislava might end up just folding this one as well. Same reasons as before, we're just crushed really, really often, and yeah, very, very, very difficult to continue on most boards out of position. Nice. Nice fold. Mixture of nationalities. I haven't got the list, but I know Oscar, who just busted, was from Iceland, which is pretty fun. A lot of these names do look Slovakian though, to be honest. Seat 1 potentially from Sweden if I got the right info. All in for 16 big blinds. I think we want to just be raising this one. We're kind of really only getting called by better here, and barely even anything we're flipping against. I don't think people are really going to be putting it in with like nines and stuff. We just get snapped off by like ace king and ace queen suited every time. So we definitely want to be raising and just like seeing what action develops behind as well. Especially being early position, you can open and then see like a 3-bet and a 4-bet or a jam and a call or whatever, and you know, avoid you to just kind of get out of a very unnecessary kind of potential bust situation when opening looks really just as strong. It's not like anybody can just start 3-betting you at will when you've opened off 16 big blinds, so it's quite I mean, yeah, it's quite a common thing you see. Quite a common mistake is just jamming too many big blinds with marginal hands, especially from early position. Queen 9 suited, going to find the open. Goes for the min plus, 165 I think, 170. King 8 suited in the hijack. Just going to be a fold. We're in no man's land. Oh, it looks like he's cutting out 3-bet though. That is a good alternative, as long as we're not flatting. I think he potentially thought he was opening. I'm a bit confused what's going on there. Just kind of chucked in 200k and then looked surprised when it went as a call, so that would make some sense. I'm going to approach this hand as if he didn't know he was opening. in which case it would be a fine open. 8's in the small blind now, kind of weird spot when you think one guy potentially has tried to open when it wasn't his turn. That gives his range like more hands than it would have, because obviously there's a bunch that he would open but he would fold against an open. This would be one of those hands, so now he has all this kind of full hijack range. So then it comes down to what you think of under the gun +1 really. Looks like he's going for a squeeze, which I think call is just a better option. Like raise folding your equity pre-flop here is not going to be great. You really don't want to get 4-bet jammed on here and have to fold a hand as strong as pocket 8 when you can just be against something like ace king, and you can just get into a really good situation post flop against 2 ranges where you flop a set and they're going to have a lot of continues. The big blind's not really going to squeeze very much, and when he does, pocket 8s is usually very dominated. So I think flatting 8s is probably the play there. Nothing for nobody yet, this hand. Always check on the button. It's obviously going to be an open. Big blind looks like he's relatively short, somewhere around 1 million chips, 10 big blinds, 11 big blind. Oh, we saw him shove. Or was it 16 bigs of ace jack actually, so maybe he's got a bit more than that. But still, this is a hand you're just going to be raise calling. Yeah, 15 bigs and the 6-3 off it into the muck. Very fine. So this week at Banco there is the festival. That is the name of it, the festival. Started today with a €200 Sveiten tournament, but there is a whole host of tournaments. There's a €500 main event with a €300,000 guarantee, which is absolutely huge. It's going to be amazing. There's a couple of PLO tournaments. There's a heads up tournament. There's a 1K Hold'em tournament. There's blackjack, roulette, sports book, all sorts of stuff going on, and it's going to be great. It's going to be a great series. I'm expecting big prize pools, fun cash games, lots of nonsense. So if you're in the area, or if you fancy a break, you can fly straight to Vienna from the UK. They let you in no problem. 45 minutes on the train, you're in Bratislava, or the bus, whatever you like. And yeah, whole week of tournaments, all day, every day action. It's going to be great. Queen 10 off in the cutoff. Going to be an open. Pretty good hand. Nice blockers. Nothing for these guys. See what we're at in the big blind. Jack 4 off now. No, thank you. Six Dewey. Suspect this one's being folded. Well, what do you know? Nice hoodie, that. Black one. This is like on the fringes of what's acceptable, so I'm all for it. Well, we're only 8-handed actually, so it's pretty fine. King 10 off in the cutoff. We want to just be folding, but he is taking the aggressive 3-bet, which I like, especially if you've got reads or if you have reason to believe that the villain in the hand is out of line, opening too much. I think our hand choice is not great, and we don't really want to be versus such an early position, and we would like to be in a position of slightly better strength like the button. So a few things kind of slightly out of line for that hand, but the general idea, I can get behind the general idea. Putting pressure on, especially in spots in the final table where people don't necessarily look for bluffs or see it coming, you know, like people don't really expect middle stacks to 3-bet big stacks light and things of that nature. So there is definitely some fun metagame at final tables. But you still want to be quite disciplined with your hand choice because you are putting money in the pot at the end of the day. 9-5 suited into the muck. King 7 suited, we could see him opening this one. If he's opening the Queen Jack off one position over, I could see King 7 suited being open, but doesn't find it. The suited ones just retain a bit more equity. The King blocker's a lot better because people aren't going to be 3-betting Ace Queen, Ace Jack, and like pocket jacks as often as they are going to be 3-betting like Ace King, pocket kings. So having a King blocker or an Ace blocker at the final table is a bit more favourable than like the Queen or the Jack are. The Queen or the Jack are a little bit more like almost equally as valuable in Chippy V, but definitely drops off a bit under ICM circumstances. Fighting a bit of a glitchy stream my end as well. I'm not sure what it's like for you guys, but just keep getting grey screened every now and then. King 6-0 in the small blind. Depending on the stack in the big blind, we got a few options, so it'd be nice to see that. But what have we got? I think the big blind covers or has a very, very similar stack versus someone we were covering. Like this hand makes a great raise. Yeah, it does go for the raise, but gone for the min raise. Technically allowed in ICM according to theory, but I think in an amazing size you just give so many hands such a great price to continue, and I don't think you're going to get the folds that you probably should. King Queen off going for the 3-bet here, which I also think it's like okay, but again it's one of those hands where we end up just 3-bet folding. Like the small blind can just shove jacks and tens now. They can shove Ace Queen and King Queen, you know, King Queen suited themselves, and Kings and Queens and Ace King, and of course we're dominated by some of those hands, but we also just are giving up our some big edge in the hand, which is like keeping ranges wide, playing in position, and having a strong hand. Like 3-bet folding a hand as strong as this is a bit of a disaster if the guy's ever shoving a hand that you're flipping against, or like Ace Jack suited or something like that. So I think a flat is definitely preferable. We end up just getting him to continue hands that are very strong. And I mean, we obviously dominate some stuff, but that's not as important as 3-bet folding such good equity in a spot like this, I don't think. Like, he is going to continue with some worse hands sometimes, King Jack suited and Queen Jack suited and stuff, but there aren't very many, and he's forced into continuing very many worse hands versus just to defend. Like obviously King 6 off he'd be in there now. We're just kind of forcing that, and being in there in position with King Queen off is not unhappy for us by any means. Fine in like Chippy V situations, but I think yeah, ICM and people's strong point necessarily. It very rarely is, so. King 10 suited. Into the muck. Interesting series of hands there. Opening the Queen Jack off. Folding the King 7 suited, folding the King 10 suited. I think King 10 suited, I'm like, yeah, 100% opening. King 7 suited's like on the borderline, and so is the Queen Jack off. Ace 10 off, don't think he's going to be folding. But this is the beauty of the King 10 open, is we get hands like this to just fold behind. Ace 10 off gets folded basically in every position apart from the big blind. You you do just get a lot of worse hands to fold, and then you go in position against the big blind with a hand that dominates a lot of their range, and like, you know, you can have their draws crushed, you can have their top pairs crushed. They'll defend worse 10x, worse king x, worse, obviously worse flush draws as well. So very nice hand to open, and you just block ace king, pocket tens, pocket kings. Nice, lots of nice strong stuff. 9-7 off in the big blind, 16 bigs versus an early position open. I think we are just going to want to fold. I wouldn't hate a defend. Wouldn't hate a defend here. We're just a little bit shallow, and I know there's a few other short stacks as well. Just kind of maintaining your stack as much as possible in this scenario, I think, is going to be the play, and just looking for, you know, first in shove spots or 3-bet jams against late position rather than defending against uncapped ranges and kind of playing a relatively shallow stack to pot ratio out of position. Kings. A pair of kings. Yeah, like it just doesn't make much strategic sense to have the same raise size in the cutoff and the small blind for many reasons. Ace queen, yeah, see, again, like another hand that we just don't want to be 3-bet folding. I know it's late position versus late position, but this hand has too much equity to be 3-betting. You want to be choosing much more polarized bluffs in a final table and not betting linearly, because in ICM situations you're just far more restricted with what you can call off versus a jam or continue versus a 4-bet. Your stack off threshold just like goes up through the roof. So in Chippy V this will be fine, because you can just stack off versus a jam for 40 big blinds. It doesn't really matter, because he'll have some like 7s, 8s, 9s, ace jack suited, stuff like that in that jamming range. But those hands are just never making it in there in an ICM situation, so you end up just folding a very strong hand for absolutely no reason. And he does get jammed on, and now he's just going to have to fold. This is just like a cool... get to play in position against a range that we dominate so much, because the cut-off range is going to be wide for opening as well. He's going to have Queen 10 off in there, you know, Queen 8 suited, Ace Deuce suited, Ace 4 suited, all that kind of stuff, all the low Ace suit, maybe even Ace 8 off, Ace 9 off, potentially some Ace 7 off. We don't know like how kind of wide these guys are opening just yet, but I mean something like that's a pretty normal range. So you get to just defend, keep all of those hands that you dominate in, get to play in position, get to decide against the blinds as well. If it goes like shove, you got a pretty easy fold, you get away from a cooler. If it goes like shove fold, you get to call it off for a reasonable amount of chips, depending on stack sizes. But yeah, just got himself into a tricky situation here, where we just want to be continuing and playing a nicely protected range post flop, not getting tangled up, especially with short stacks in. You want to be 3-betting something like Ace 10 off, which you don't care about 3-bet folding, or, you know, Ace 5 suited, same kind of thing. King Jack off, but the Ace Queen is very, very strong, because you can just be folding against Jacks and 10s, and, you know, potentially the same hand sometimes. You made your bed, buddy. Does fold. He's going to be unhappy about that though. And I think 4-bet jamming is totally fine. Consider trapping aces. But yeah, kings, we just want to be getting it in, getting our folds, getting him to fold 30% equity. He's probably going to stack off with queens and fold ace queen, so that's pretty good for us. Get it in when we've got 80%. Ace king, another nice hand for Bratislava. He's been finding it, but no real exciting pot so far. Just made a decent fold earlier. King jack off, pretty easy fold. We're just really crushed by under the gun opening range. The offsuit ones, just far too many combos. If you start defending them, you leave yourself vulnerable to squeezes behind. You make dominated top pairs. Yeah, so doesn't look like he agrees though. Looks like it's cutting out a call. Okay, finds the fold. Seven five suited, yeah, pretty nice one to defend in the big blind. Not really dominated very often. Great equity even against a hand like this. Ace king suited with only 41% of the equity. Got a decent chunk of the equity there, 41%. So, but nothing doing on the flop. Check bet fold. Yep, king queen gonna open it up in the hijack. .5x in it. Again, just not really an open size you need to use at this stack depth in the final table. Just a min is fine, min plus something, but 2.5 just doesn't achieve much for the extra chips. Most of our range not incentivized to do it. Ace queen finding the jam, pretty standard. But you never know. it's always tempting. Talk yourself into, oh, there's a lot of pocket pairs, there's some ace-10 suited, there's, you know, there's some ace-jacks, all that kind of stuff. Stream is just... Alright. Some technical difficulties of some kind. Hoping it's improved now. It seems a little bit better, but it was literally just almost completely frozen there for a minute. Pocket fives in the hijack, kind of tricky spot. Not a fan of the open jam. It's similar reasons to the ace jack off earlier. Like, you really just get called by hands that are crushing you, and you don't really have any relevant blockers. You want to have like an ace or a king in your hand that blocks potential calls by the top of the range. Ace, king, aces, kings. So I think just folding first in is probably the best play, or like raise folding seems okay. Potential for a limp. I think not an open jam though. King Jack suited, definitely going to be a fine open. Yeah, Queen Jack off, just going to be defending here for sure. Sucks to be dominated, but obviously he's not likely to know that. But you have got to be aware. I mean, it's a nice hand in the big blind, but under the gun open is very, very, very Broadway heavy, with a lot more pocket pairs being folded pre-flop as well in final table situations. So just really often crushed here. C-bet gets it done. Ace-3 suited there, so kind of, again, makes like a pretty decent open, blocking top of the range. People in the earlier positions naturally having to fold a lot tighter. Just more of that like Ace-10 suited, Ace-Jack off stuff being folded in middle positions. Yeah, you still dominate some big blind suited defends. You got a nice playable hand in position, and yeah, just having a nice blocker pre-flop. Plus, just, you know, short stack opening early position looks very, very strong. No opens yet. Not sure if the freezing of the stream is affecting you guys or not. If it is, I'm very sorry. But for me, it's very, very glitchy right now, and there's not much I can do about it. Ten seconds of uninterrupted stream so far. I'm holding my breath. Yeah, and it's frozen again. So A7 peeling out a small blind pre. Hijack open, like a little wide, but it's good to take the initiative, especially in tables like this where so far everybody's just shown to be relatively tight pre-flop, apart from kind of in 3-bet spots where they've been weirdly loose. Check, check on the river. A7 gonna take it down. Yeah, in a GTO world, Jack 7 has a very nice hand to just blast it off there with really big range advantage already, with the small blind just peeling and not really having any sets or anything like that, or any top two. And then on the river, just blocking the straight, which is one of the hands that we're likely to be barreling it off as a bluff and having a relevant blocker. I don't think people are going to really look too much deeper into ranges pre-flop and think, oh yeah, he's going to have some Jack 7 suited and stuff here. Like, I think mostly that stuff gets overlooked. So If you wind up in a spot with a hand like that, then going for a bluff is usually a good idea. Outside of what people are thinking about. Gorgeous hand. Everybody loves 10-9 suited. You ever met anybody that doesn't? Everybody loves it. Equally nice hand in a small blind though. How deep? Still 80k big blind. This 3-bet is a lot more acceptable because we cover, and that's very crucial in these ICM situations. However, is still one of those hands where we keep in all of his dominated stuff by peeling. We only get continued by stuff that we're behind to when we 3-bet. 3-bet folding such a strong hand really sucks. But we do need to 3-bet some stuff, but you generally just want to pick offsuit combinations that don't care as much about folding. Again, like ace-10 off, king-jack off, stuff like that, like weaker hands that get more good stuff to fold. If you use a hand like king-10 off, you can get king-jack off, king-queen off and stuff to fold sometimes. But if you use a hand like king-queen suited, you never get ace-queen or ace-king to fold. So you end up just getting continued by hands that crush you. And folding out stuff that's worse. Doesn't care though, does he? Says boom, 3-bet, take it. A little coup here that you love to see when you've got aces. The call in the cutoff is, yeah, it's okay. It's just about okay. I think a fold will be fine. I think a 3-bet at some frequency will be fine. Ace-10 off in the small blind. That sounded like a big pile of chips. So I think we've gone for a 3-bet here. Now this is the kind of thing I'm talking about. I know he's run into aces here, but that's not the point. This is a better hand choice to squeeze, better positions to squeeze against. Looks stronger, better blockers, don't care as much about getting jammed against. Easy to fold to the 4-bet. Not wasting equity, always crushed by the hands that we're never like getting folded off the best hand or very high equity when we 3-bet fold this, and we do get some better hands to fold ace-queen in a real kind of bind pre-flop if you're the opener. Gets it heads up, Absolutely loving this flat from aces. Top class. 6-4 deuce. Doesn't really change anything for anybody. Sixes, fours and deuces shouldn't be a consideration. Neither player should have them. So ace-10 probably just going to be c-betting. A range of sizes available. I've seen all sorts been done here before. That looks like a quarter pot, or around a quarter. And that is a brutal turn card for ace-10. You really aren't going to expect the opener to have that much ace-x. When you got the ace of hearts, you block some of the backdoor combos, ace queen of hearts, ace jack of hearts, ace king of hearts. You block ace king, obviously pretty heavily. Ace king, ace queen, ace jack pretty heavily. Yourself, the board blocking a bit more. Snap call on the flop. It's going to be kind of like overpair heavy, but then you're like, what does he have? He can obviously have some weird suited Broadway. King, queen of diamonds, something like that, but there really aren't very many combos. He's just gone for the snap jam here, which I mean, it's just so hard for him to have bluffs when you see this line. Calls it off. I mean, not as much thinking in that hand as I would have liked from either player. There's a lot of just kind of snap decisions. Ace-10 off really not being anything by the river. It's just kind of decided I've got top pair, so I'm going to call it off. But you're relying on your opponent turning something like pocket eights into a bluff. Or like queen jack of diamonds or something like that, but there just really aren't very many combos that didn't either fold pre, think about it on the flop. They don't all bet the turn either when they've turned a draw, turned equity, so give us an overwhelming chip leader. Very big pot indeed, 100 bigs or so. Brings us down to 7. Everybody locked up 3,200 now. Still eyes fixed on that 20k first prize. Yeah, 7.8 million, so very, very nice stack indeed. He's going to be feeling very good about his position at the moment. Max Steam came into the final table with 3.3 million, so a nice, very nice start from him. still stacking his chips. It's going to be there all day. Going to be there all day stacking those. I like the decision to fold Queen 7 in the big blind as well. Peter opening up with the Queen Jack off. 7-handed now, +1, so seems reasonable. Ace 7 off and the cut off. Folding. Come on. Into the muck. After a little bit of Hollywooding, because we must. I quite like a 3-bet here. Just these kind of weak bottom of the defends with a nice blocker. Being the chip leader, 3-bet folding, it doesn't really matter. It looks super strong. It's very, very hard for under the gun to continue with anything but a jam, unless he has a very, very strong hand and we block some of the traps. So ace 4 off makes a nice one. You just get so many better hands to fold. You don't interact really with any of his folds with the 4 either. It's not like he's going to be opening 4 or 5 or anything himself. So he's just got the full deck to raise fold. Top pair and a flush draw though, very nice flop for the Queen Jack. Ace 4 with a gut shot, a weaker flush draw, and the overcard. And the probably just going to be continuing with a call. Right, just makes the fold. Wretches. I mean, in this exact situation, an absolute soul read. In general, probably just a touch on the tight side. Blinds up, 50, 100,000 now. Huge 40k starting stacks, so 2.5 big blinds now, every big blind. 2.5 starting stacks, sorry, every big blind. The fun levels. So nice, very nice stack there. 75 big blinds, 7.5 million chips. Overwhelming chip lead at the moment. But the other guys are in there in a tournament. It's tournament poker. Anything can and inevitably will happen. Jack 10 off under the gun. Not quite strong enough, that one. Chip leader would definitely consider opening that one. But yeah, not when you're one of the kind of middle stacks, middle to short stacks. I think he's actually second in chips, Peter, now after coming in. Oh no, he did come in with a lot of chips. Peter, where is he? Oh no, he came to the final table with 1.7 million, so he was definitely towards the bottom. He was like third last in chips, so he's had a great start as well, up to second in chips now. And a hijack open, the queen 10 off, seems fine. Gets it through. Ace 6 off, going for it in the hijack for 11 bigs. I think this is probably not a shove, but I, again, am not 100% sure. It's going to be very, very borderline if it is. Gets it through. Valuable chips. 6-2 suited, not going to be an open. Oh, hey, hoy there. It's George of all trades, the man himself. This stage has got a whole lot better.
How are we doing?
All good, how are you?
Not too bad, not too bad.
Busto?
No, I got 2 stacks.
Nice.
Yeah.
Break.
Yeah. Ahoy!
Ahoy there! There we go. George
time.
turns up just in time for the action. Kings into aces. GG everybody involved. Well played. Can tell you that much.
How's the standard been?
Not bad.
Yeah.
Definitely some leaks. So some too optimistic 3-bets with hands that are just too good to be 3-bet folding.
Okay.
You know, a lot of like king queen off, blind versus blind, ace queen, button versus cut off, stuff like that. Just
not really accounting for what if I get jammed on.
Yeah, and then did get jammed on in one instance. Had
God,
to fold.
this 3-bet size. Oh.
Kings in the Mac then. Yeah, you're not loving it.
Oh, you're absolutely hating this.
But you got and it's off the short stack as well.
Yeah.
It's like 22 bigs. It's cool.
What? Yep. Hey, yes, I have the aces.
Kings, aces. He's like,
Bit of a slow roll.
Yeah,
well,
well, no need for that, is there?
No,
come on, guys. Just you got aces. Slam them in the guy's face.
It's probably quite a high pressure situation though, isn't it? You know, when you get all of that rush of blood to the head, like I got the aces.
Hoping to see seat 1 just lean across the table and bop him on the nose.
Can we see? No backdoor equity.
Can we see a flop? There we go. Yeah, crushing that one. 90%er.
Lovely, no spades for him, so needs the king only on the river to keep the dream alive, Mr. Lindbergh. Ooh, paint but no good.
GG, thanks for the slow roll. Pleasure.
I'm off. How is Studeny playing?
Studeny?
Yeah.
This guy with the aces?
No, there's a Studeny with the Y.
Ah,
I played with him on the final table of the Rebuy Stars 180.
That is...
He's like a Czech guy.
Yeah. Seat 6?
Yeah.
Ooh, seat 6. Is that right? Let's see, I've got the chip count thing here. Fasting went well.
Yeah. Just piling into
Well,
the
to be fair, I lasted until 9 PM. That's like 19 hours. Wait, 21 hours.
That's a decent effort.
Maybe more, 22 hours. So
I really struggle with fasting. I just like consumption of all forms. But anyway, back to the cards.
Yeah. I can't get it up now.
Hey! Too much consumption, mate.
The list of people's names, for goodness sake. Where is it? Nah.
It should be on the Banco Casino.
Yeah, that's what I'm on.
Instagram.
Oh, Instagram.
Yeah, there's the final day chip counts on there.
Banco Casino Bratislava. No. Oh, yep. No. I had it on the website, but...
So that's a point that we can talk about, kind of like a common misdeviation that people make on final tables. Their 3-betting range wants to be a little bit more polar than in a normal tournament. You know, you don't want to be linear. You want to have a blocker rather than, you know, 3-betting a linear hand like you would in a cash game, where you often don't mind getting 4-bet because you can just flat. Whereas in a tournament, your chips and the nature of the beast is that you're so much shorter, so the 4-bet will be all in, and all of a sudden you're kind of in a spot where you could still have decent equity versus the pushing range, but you've kind of put yourself into, backed yourself into a corner. So here we see a rather ambitious ISO with the suited hand that they usually perform better as a limp, I would guess, right? You've got some post-flop playability, flopping a pair is pretty thing that blocks.
Yeah, offsuit blockers really.
Yeah,
King
offsuit.
6 off, King 5 off. Those are the real, the real nutty ones.
And the limps just want to be focused around, you know, hands that have some playability, or
some
just
traps and
simply getting a decent price to see as well.
Yeah, suited stuff. Queen 9, Queen 10 off, all that kind of
Hands
middling offsuits.
Yeah, hands that can make strong top pairs versus a capped check back range.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Studeny, that guy, Marek. He's
splashy.
Yeah, quite clicky. I played with him. He played a very ambitious hand on day one.
No, yeah, that's. I think he's got a bit of game, and I was kind of quite impressed with him on the day one. And I think he was just making a lot of hands at that point. And then on the final table, there was a little bit of.
Yeah, don't want to discredit the guy.
No,
but the one hand I saw on day one was very optimistic. Yeah. At best, it was kind of old guy, hasn't raised a single hand yet, limps every hand, suddenly raises under the gun and starts visibly shaking, and he wants to peel like 2 positions over with Queen Jack off.
Right.
Yeah, and then flop top pair called, and then the turn was the ace flush completer, and then he jammed over a bet with no flush draw.
Oh,
just
wow.
had like Queen Jack with no heart on like Jack, Ace Jack, 9, 4, 3 hearts or something.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
Yeah. Not
sure what that one was. Maybe he was just tilted from not winning.
Possibly. This jam from the big blind with the low pair.
Versus under the gun, it's a bit wide.
Yeah,
we want to just defend these weaker ones. Again, it comes down to like having blockers in ICM situations, or just stronger hands that can get called by something worse. Like 9s is a good shove because he can call with 8s and 7s, but 4s he's.
And like he does have kind of the right idea because the guy is the chip leader, I guess.
Yep.
With the 6.3
Good
million.
player to shove against.
But he is. I think this guy is going to be on the tighter side regardless, just because.
Yeah,
I don't think he's going to really start leveraging his chip lead as much as see like a younger guy would.
Agreed. He has been relatively in. I mean, everybody's been pretty in line so far, but. Yes, agreed with that one, but does stay alive with the 4s. I saw him make an open jam earlier, like under the gun +1 for 16 bigs with Ace Jack off as well, which is obviously like a little bit.
Yeah, just want to open that hand.
Yeah, so potentially just a little bit more inexperienced.
payout will be around 5,000.
Yeah, 4K I think, 4.5 maybe. Not 100% on that one. I think the last payout was 3.2, so.
Yeah, over to Marek, who I believe is opening into the chip leader's big blind, and he has a middling stack on his left.
Walkies. Don't know if he will be chip leader anymore. I'll be very, very close.
Yeah, he'd be down to about, what, 5.5 million?
Yeah, that probably is still the chip lead, actually.
That's 55 bigs at this stage. 6 players left.
Nice spot.
How many entrants did the field get in total? Around?
Haven't seen that yet, but
I think it was around, was it 570 or something like that? And there was 61 to start day 2.
yeah, that makes sense.
So times 40,000, that means there's going to be around 22 million chips in play, something around that. So yeah, 5.5 should be somewhere near the top of the bunch.
Yep.
No playable hands as of yet. The ace-3 suited, delightful hand to look down on the button. Goes for 225, seems pretty reasonable.
Min raise does the same job.
Yeah. You just don't want to go too big.
What are we doing here then, apart from wasting time?
Yeah.
A lot of that on
See
stream, isn't there? Yeah.
A lot of that on these streams.
Yeah,
People just thinking, you know, is this the one where I show the friends back home my outrageous bluff?
Yeah, I show them what I'm made of.
Looks like ace jack off in the big blind versus
Yeah,
the button open, just going to be an easy jam. Plenty of folds from the button. Going to be opening loads of suited ace, suited king x, all the middling stuff, ace x offsuit. Pairs that will fold to the jam as well, which is great for him.
Yeah.
I don't believe he's going to raise cooler hand like 5s or 6s in this spot.
Probably not. This is more unnecessary dwelling.
Yeah.
You can't really ever call it off in an ICM spot when you've got a 3 in your hand.
What's he thinking here? Like, do I just try and run it versus king queen and hope? Yeah.
Yeah, that's it really.
Yeah. Oh, he's probably going to shove some hands like king jack off as well, but
I think those are more likely to get defended at this kind of stack depth. But they could definitely be in there.
I saw that Jordan from BBZ was talking about those rejams being like quite effective because you fold out ace x and you fold out pairs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And like defending suited and shoving
Makes
off
sense.
suit, but
Defend more flops that way.
yeah.
I think, though, in terms of how people actually play, it will be.
Yeah. People are still going to be a little bit too tight with those button opens.
Yeah.
Right, I've got no idea when this tournament continues, so I'm going to head upstairs, and if I don't see you again...
Yeah, it means it's started. Alright. Yeah, standard stuff so far. Going to be a C bet for the Queen 8 all day long. Third pot, very nice. And yeah, Jack 10, nothing doing there. No backdoors, no nothing, so. Another fine hand. 1 hour break.
Yeah.
What? No way.
1 hour break for a
200 euro
yeah.
tournament with 30-minute levels.
Yeah.
How many players are there?
I think 37 reg, 15 left.
Oh really? Jesus.
Yeah.
Already done already, basically.
Oh,
It's been going for a couple of hours.
It's a 2-dayer. Yeah, I know. It's bizarre.
I think it might be a 3-dayer.
Do you reckon?
I think I saw on the schedule day 3 or final day.
The blind levels are really incremental, you know. We went from 500 1K to 600 1200.
Yeah.
You know, in a game with no antes, that's setting up for a long one.
Bizarre.
Three days for a 220 is with the schedule like this.
Yeah, it's not the tournament you want to be getting wrapped up in, is it?
No,
Get
well,
about 100 euros for winning.
That's the issue, you know. And then it's going to cross with the main event, the PLO high roller on Thursday.
Yeah. There's probably going to be a break within a break because there hasn't been a break on this yet. So.
Is there not?
Yeah.
No. How long have we been going for? About 2 hours?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Hour and 45 maybe. Six-handed is where all the fun starts, really.
Yeah.
Nine-handed is a bit lame. 9, 8, 7.
It's just everyone nut peddling, really, isn't it? And just sort of waiting for someone to bust. That's what happens in a lot of these lower stakes live events.
This guy, I can't remember, Maxim. He
Seat
played
two?
a good hand earlier. Very good.
In seat 2?
Yeah.
Yeah.
With aces.
Uh-huh.
Opened and then just peeled a free bet, even though it was it was like a squeeze multi-way or 3 ways. Small blind squeeze. He just trapped aces.
Nice.
And then after that, it got slightly ropey on the turn in the river, but it was pretty good still. I mean, he had top set, so there's not much he could do wrong. But
No.
nice trap.
And what, the guy barreled it off into him with like king queen or something?
The guy had ace 10 and the turn was an ace.
Oh, right.
So
okay.
it was like 6-3 deuce rainbow, bet call, turn ace, check, bet tops, like snap bet top set, call, and then river brick, check, snap jam, top set, and then like snap call ace 10 basically. So it was all
What do you
it
think
was
he's beating
it
there?
was all a bit weird
Yeah.
at the end, but
I guess early into a final table, sometimes the emotions can get the better of you. You know,
Definitely.
you've made the hand. You're like, well, I'm all in. You know.
yeah, sometimes I think people don't really realise
They want
about
to,
the timing or
yeah,
anything.
They want to be perceived to have some bluffs, and in a big spot, you're likely to take your time with the bluff because you want to work out how many folds does my opponent have.
Yeah.
You know, where am I in my range?
Yeah, you can often rule out bluffs in. I mean,
In very fast situations.
yeah, sometimes it can be.
In PLO, sometimes when there's like a no change in board texture, and then they have the blockers, they just know that they're gonna bluff anyway.
Yeah.
So they will snap pot. But that's a kind of a rare situation for the
And
most
it's
part.
almost like the opposite in Hold'em when the board does change and people snap jam.
Yeah.
That's when you start. That's when I'm a bit suspicious. You're like, hang on
Yeah,
a minute,
well,
the whole hand has just changed completely, and
He's
you.
not like snap jamming a set.
Yeah,
now because
exactly.
The flush got there. Or
Yeah,
something
exactly.
Like that. Yeah. So this hand is going to be kind of whoever wants it the most. Looks like it's just going to check.
Yeah. King Queen.
He is going to try and find the bluff there.
Hijack open, button call,
Yeah.
C bet call, check, check, check. I mean, it's obviously going to get through, but
Yeah, I think the flop float's a bit light, to be honest.
yeah, it's
Can't
very
have a
light.
backdoor
Yeah,
here.
we want to have a suited combo of a backdoor.
And like, if he's people just bet too much of their ace king ace queen anyway, so sometimes you improve and kind of like lose a massive pot. You know, you don't really have great backdoor equity. At least if you had like a suited king queen,
Yeah.
you've got like the backdoor gut shot, backdoor flush.
You're
draw.
just very low down in your range there. Like Queen Jack or Jack 10 are much better because they can turn more immediate equity.
Yeah, interact with the board a little bit better.
Yeah.
And your pair outs are going to be less dominated as well for the most part. easy open. A lot of playable hands.
Interesting spot where I imagine we're going to see another free bet when we want to call again, because that's been the theme so far. This is your mate that you were asking about. He's had a couple of spots where he's three bet some kind of unnecessary combos.
And this one targeting what is going to be a pretty tight under the gun open anyway.
Yeah, so he does find a call this time, which I like a lot better.
That's cool. And I like this call because you can dominate some Queen X and weaker Ace X that's going to continue behind. You still keep a pretty tight range, but hands that you dominate in from the under the gun as well.
Yeah.
If you 3-bet and he jams, you have to fold.
Yeah.
And you know, if he shoves a hand like jacks or tens there, you've just completely butchered your equity share of the pot. So it's going to be kind of like a middle pair, good kicker.
Yeah.
On a board that, you know, isn't great when you get called here, to be honest. Do you find a check here sometimes?
With
the
7?
You want to bet the 7 with the best kicker. It's just
Yeah, I think 7 with a good kicker versus a small blind is fine, because he's not really going to he's not going to have very much like his range is going to be a lot of hands like weak pocket pairs.
Yeah.
Expect like obviously 10s plus to be free betting pre-flop, free bet getting it in pre, maybe jacks plus.
Yeah, and a must bluff now for Studeny, whose small blind flatting range is going to be pretty suited heavy, so it's very conceivable for him to arrive here at the river with a hand like Queen 9 suited, Jack 9 suited, Queen Jack suited.
Yeah.
He's going to have some suited Ace X that doesn't want to 3-bet pre, and if he's not bluffing this, what is he really bluffing? You know, 9-8 suited may or may not defend that pre.
Yeah, not a huge fan of the sizing.
No,
I think we need to be going much bigger here. Like, you're repping a very polar range. When you lead on the king, you're not going to be leading a 10 here for value. So betting half pot doesn't really make very much sense, because all the hands you're betting are going to be like a flush or better, basically. Maybe something like king queen of diamonds. And all of those hands are good enough to just go for like a big value bet. We're trying to get paid by worse king X when we have a flush.
That's
like king queen's trying to get paid by king jack, king 9 suited.
The issue with this size is that if he does improve to ace king, king queen, king jack, he's just not going to fold for the size.
Yeah, and I think even queens and jacks might just like go, whatever. What's this size? Yeah, this is. I think this is. Interesting that he lets it go there. I was about to say I think he's probably going to find a call here, but so gets through. But yeah, we've got pretty good blockers as they go. If we did want to use a smaller size for a bluff, like we've got a pretty good hand for it, because we just block so many good hands that the rest of his range requires a bit less pressure to fold anyway. But we still just want to like stick with a good strategy for what makes sense with our range there, and I don't think half pot really makes sense with any of our range. The only other sides I could see would be like an induce with a hand like pocket 10s.
Like, are we really betting a hand like ace 10 there for value? Which
No,
is kind of what the
definitely
size
not.
is saying, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, he's repping very thin there.
And the river being the king of hearts kind of strips you of some of the king X that you arrive to the river with as well. So it's you know, it's a good bluff, but just want to think about what we want to do with our entire range, rather than just think, okay, I've got a bluff now, let's just half pot, you know.
Yeah.
Let's try and consider that one a little bit more. So king 10 here in the cutoff, good double blockers. Want to be opening that one up for sure.
Turn you up a bit. I'm not sure how quiet you've been this whole time, but who knows? suspicious. Immediately suspicious. Spend my life in suspicion.
So Queen 9 not going to cut it here.
Nope.
How often have we had the freezing?
Ooh, a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a lot. There was a period where I went out there to pick up my food and came back and it was still on the same frame that it froze on before, so it's not been great. It's been slightly better in the last half an hour, but...
Oh. Keep going. Ah.
I can go back. Break, maybe? No. They always get me with the dealer change.
The dealer change. Seat 2 likes to sort of walk around the room a little bit.
Yeah.
I played with him and in the day 2.
Yeah. Queen 9 suited, under the gun, open. Good open.
Yeah, very solid. A lot of people miss these opens. And I think on these specific types of tournament FTs, you can get away with pushing the boat out a little bit.
Yes, 100%.
You're just not really going to get punished that often.
No.
Good hand to play versus a big blind defend, which is going to be the most likely outcome. I'm flopping top pair here.
Lovely stuff. Really like kind of board that's
A board that doesn't look that great for you.
Yeah, it's supposed to be
and
slightly better.
It
for
looks
the
good
big
for your opponent. Your opponent's going to be quite, what's the word? Quite inelastic with his calling range here. So I think a larger size with the 9 before you get too much of a change in board texture is going to prove quite nicely.
Yeah, we're not supposed to use such big sizes in ICM, but this is fine, I think. If there was ever a time to go like half
all of
pot.
your jacks, 10s, ace 9, king 9, queen 9, I think want to size up a little bit.
Yeah, definitely.
You're going to have some, hands that as bluffs like jack 10 of hearts, queen jack of hearts. With the backdoor 2 overs, some backdoor equity as well. So it's not like you're. Although when you do see someone size up online on boards like that, you kind of just snap put them on the weaker over pair.
Yeah, you're like, okay, got ace 9.
Yeah, or that, exactly.
It does feel like it's people not really putting the draws and stuff in there.
Yeah, the draws, the backdoor stuff, the hands that like are really efficient as bets, like your jack high and queen highs that fold out the ace highs, king highs, apply pressure to bottom pairs.
Yeah, they're just not in there. You're dreaming. I got pocket tens.
Pot. Yeah, I just paid someone off in Sveten on the river where it's like what I thought was a complex spot, but they just had nut. So maybe just never call the river, guys. If you're watching and you're wondering how you can improve your baseline, just fold the river.
Just fold anytime anybody bets.
Yeah.
Honestly, as soon as you get post flop and they start putting chips in, you just fold. And then when they don't fold, when they don't bet, you bet, you win.
Red flag for me.
It's not great, is it?
No. So 10-4 suited here versus a button open. Let's see what he's mulling over. I'm guessing he's thinking of calling or folding. The hand,
Yeah, probably just
as a 3-bet. I don't think it's good enough with the no blocker.
Want a better blocker, just a pretty easy defend.
Mm-hmm.
Check, bet, fold.
Yeah. Some backdoor equity, but oh no, that's a blunder.
What's he done here?
Check back the flop. You just want a range bet here for even a quarter. I think gets the job done on an ICM heavy final table situation.
Yeah, you just want a bit more protection against like future hands, ace x hands, ace 5 off,
gutters.
Just getting that to fold. Yeah, gutters, jack 9 and stuff. Getting a bit of value from hands that you're ahead of. And he's also like not going to be putting many check raises in. Not going to be betting the runouts very often either. If we check
board ever really gets check raised as a bluff versus someone that's going to have all of the stronger hands.
Yeah.
People just tend to have it.
And then we're just going for it on the turn with the 10-4.
Yeah, he checked, so I must have a and pretty nice river for Studenik.
Yeah.
None of those gutters or draws of any kind got there. There was obviously some natural barrels like the 4-5 suited, the 5-6.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to lead much 3x on the river. On the turn, he's going to be kind of stripped of that unless he's got exactly 7-3 suited, which is one combo in diamonds.
Yeah.
So that's,
The big blind king x is not often going to be strong enough to bet twice for value, but the 3 is actually a pretty good river because now he can just bet all of his king x and chop because you just assume ace king's never going to check back the flop. So.
Mm-hmm. And again, a kind of non-committal sizing here. He's saying you're saying you've got king x plus, right? So that is worthy of a very large bet when someone checks back this board.
Exactly. What happened? He just gets it through.
I think he just gets it through. Yeah.
It's just abusing people. Well, not. Yeah, I mean.
And just
getting away with
these sizings are working.
Yeah, these weak sizings is just somehow getting away with it because of people's inability to like really read hands properly, basically.
Yeah, when you check back a queen there, you're supposed to station twice.
Yeah, that's kind of it. You just shut your eyes and call.
Yeah. So many natural bluffs by that point. The 5-6, the 5-4, 10-9, jack 9.
There's loads. 10-4.
Mm-hmm.
Loves Twitter, does graph tackle.
Yeah, great follow on Twitter. Just my mates actually met him out in Playa del Carmen recently.
Yeah,
just on a night out. Just great. Why is 4-3 off here in the small blind?
Well,
we've got a limp
It's a
from
limp
the
pot.
5s. Yeah, you just don't you don't complete this. It's just too weak. Even though, yes, you're probably right. The big blind is going to check back a lot, and you know you're getting what 5, 6 to 1.
Yeah.
It's just
Very weak.
what's the board? What's a good board for you?
And in theory, I mean, the limp shouldn't be such of a regular limp. It's just going to be like weak pocket pairs, some suited broadways,
Yeah.
and sometimes some traps. So
Yeah, and sometimes just a hand like Queen Jack off that he's kind of bottled the open. You know.
yeah, and you're just crushed by a load of the big blind's check backs.
So it does get to the river here as the best hand with the 5s. And
Let's just go check,
yeah,
right?
no need to bluff. If you're limping pre, you're probably not finding a river bluff, so let's wins the pot. You going to register the blackjack day one?
No.
I'm kind of tempted. I think that people are going to be playing too conservatively. I think in a tournament format, you just want to play as high variance as possible,
Yeah.
don't you? You know, and I think people are just going to be like, "Oh right, here's the basic strategy," and that's just not. You might get a min cash, but you basically just got to take any double opportunity and just pump it to the moon, in my opinion.
I mean, you crack on, mate.
I feel like there's some edges to be had in those.
Yeah.
I think people are going to be too conservative. Basically, if you play a tournament like that, you've got to turn up with 5 bullets and just say to yourself, right, we're like trying to spin this to the moon or 0. And chances are one of those 5 should get you a decent spin up. I don't know really what the format is, but
I should play heads up blackjack at the end.
yeah. You versus the other guy, and
Yeah.
then like he's got like 80 tokens, and you've got like 78. So then you have to bet 3, and then he bets. You know, like yeah, it's kind of weird.
Yeah, sounds can't be asked.
No.
I'm willing to see where it goes.
Yeah, why not?
You never know who you might meet.
You never know.
People are curious.
So, Vetas with the small blind ISO, just a very small size, just not really going to extract any folds with the size. Yes, he's going to fold some hands like deuce 4 off, 3 deuce off, like 8 deuce, but you're just going to be in an out of position spot with, you know, like a medium to weak strength hand a lot of the time, and does in fact just check fold the king high board as well. So if you are going to ISO BVB, you're going to have to realize that you're playing wide range versus wide range, and you need to start attacking boards like King 7-3 Rainbow that just aren't really going to interact. You're going to have the stronger King X.
Yeah.
You know, your opponents just, if they have a hand, it's most likely going to be a 7x or some 3x. So, and plenty of folds as well, but does elect to check fold, and the guy stabs with 8 high and takes it down. Studenek with the under the gun open, King Jack off, 6 max.
Yep.
Yeah, probably
Seems
just
fine.
about makes it in there, doesn't it? I'd say that's going to be a bottom offsuit King X.
Yeah.
I think King 10 would be a little bit of a stretch. Studeny folding the King 7 suited there in the cutoff. I think that's pretty reasonable versus someone opening off of off of a 30 big blind stack under the gun. Ace deuce suited in the small blind.
Not a huge fan.
No, I think this one would be a better 3-bet or fold candidate.
Yeah.
Just because your side card is so weak, but you have blocker to the top of your opponent's range, the ace kings, ace queens suited. And
Yeah, they just
aces.
naturally have to fold a lot more versus 3 bets
Yeah.
anyway in this
Exactly, and
situation.
you know, now you kind of get yourself into an out of position spot where
Ace high boards, you just end
Yeah.
up check calling it off into an uncapped range, and
yeah, not ideal. in
Not
the
ideal.
slightest.
You want to be able to caller people post flop, and you can only caller something like king queen of diamonds here, and it's very rare to make like flush over flush.
Yeah.
So yeah, you want to be callering people with top pairs and stuff like that more often. Like, you know, tens can caller fives, and ace king can caller ace queen, but ace deuce you can't caller anybody.
No, absolutely not. So the V-pips there looking fairly snug. Ronshin, I mean, with a lot of sort of cold calling pre, and seems to be quite comfortable opening as an RFI quite wide as well.
Yeah,
Not surprised
there's
to see him
been
there.
the strategy. Yeah, nobody's really
Going for it.
got quite a strong grasp on ICM, it seems, so far. Like, all the free bets have been kind of
Too
errors.
small.
We're too linear.
Yeah.
And just with the wrong hand choice, and a lot of opportunities that could have been bluffs have not been considered, or been 3-bet bluffs have not been considered. So kind of as expected, though, really, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
€170 buy-in. So
Exactly. Plenty to learn
recreational.
from these final tables.
Yeah, I like watching these kind of
I do
final
as
tables
well.
because these are the people that we're playing against a lot. of
Gives
the
you an
time,
insight
so
into how the population approach spots.
yeah, like
And
everybody seems to have the same predisposition towards certain tendencies
Yeah.
in poker. When you're like uneducated in terms of like poker strategy, everybody seems to default to similar mistakes.
yeah, and this is why when you go across the world and you play poker, you notice that different countries have kind of different glaring tendencies.
Yeah, like
You
here
know, like
everybody's very tight.
in Vietnam, they're just like a bit randomly splashy. They like cold
Same
calling.
in China.
Yeah, exactly. Just random bluffs that make no sense. Here, everyone's kind of on the more passive side. They just want
Passive,
to.
nitty.
They want to make hands. They're very scared of you when you 3-bet them.
But also lose their mind every now and then.
Exactly.
Do something weird.
It's kind of you cross that line in the sand sometimes where someone's just like, look, I'm fed up of this guy 3-betting me. I'm just going to 4-bet
Yeah.
8-5 suited into
Why
him.
not?
You know, and you see some random stuff like that.
Yeah, Canadians very, very passive. Americans very splashy, loose
Yeah.
splashy.
Americans love just 3-betting anything, opening
And
anything,
then
king
you got-
9 off under the gun, coming in for the open. You know.
Some countries very aggressive.
Yeah.
Not so common, but happens. That tends to be like Scandinavian countries.
Yeah.
And
Germany, Austria.
yeah. And then
Yeah,
you
it's interesting.
Yeah.
I like it because it kind of makes you play a little bit different. Like, I'd love to go to a live series in Brazil, you know, and just play some of the lower stake stuff there, especially the PLO. Just seems like those guys absolutely live for it.
Yeah.
Always at it. So about 5 more minutes and I'm going to have to head upstairs, I think.
Yeah.
For the continuation of the Sveton event. 5-card Omaha with 5-card draw split pot. Great game for a tournament.
I guess everybody's completely dusting it.
Yeah, just I'm just limping quite a lot and kind of just raising very strong hands, you know.
And getting away with it as well.
Well, just very face up, yeah. Just trying to get into as many pots and keep the SBR high, because with being 5 cards, there's a lot of post flop mistakes, and pre-flop, you're not really pushing that much equity unless you've got a very, very strong hand that can win both boards.
Yeah, which would be like a straight, right?
Yeah, a straight is the nuts, basically. I got dealt King, Queen, Jack, 10, 9 earlier, double suited, and that is just...
as good as it gets.
Yeah, so under the gun opens, I flat, because I know that there's 2 recreationals behind that are just playing everything, right? Both of them flat, and then just the money's flying in on the flop, and I've got half the board
basically
locked.
got half the board locked.
Yeah, and it's 4 ways, so that was a nice one. And I could still improve because the flop was no, the flop was 10-6-2, so I've got top pair with all the backdoors and stuff, but no flush draws. But didn't get that.
Still won half the pot though.
Absolutely, yeah. It was a 3-way all in by the end of it, and the 4th guy had sort of
nothing
dusted off a couple of big blinds as well. Yeah. So overcalling 3 ways with 8-7 off. I guess we do call just the pure connectors with the offsuit, or is it still a bit dicey? Do we really?
It's pretty dicey.
Are we even like incentivized to play a pot?
Not
here?
really. Yeah, it's not just that your equity is dicey because the ranges are like strengthened a bit, but it's also just the fact that there's a collision already happening whether you're in the pot or not.
Yeah.
So like you're just really not incentivized to flop some draw like this. Like this is not a great spot now.
No.
You just 2 overcards to 2 irrelevant pairs. You got a weak backdoor flush draw, a draw that's just crushed by a bunch of other draws on a board where everybody has a lot of top pair, no blockers to any value whatsoever, and you just end up in a real kind of guessing game. And often,
well, what's happened here? Do you see that we've seen a bet from ace-8 off with just absolutely nothing, 3 ways versus a pretty tight button flatting range. The button folds 9s with the heart. I mean, I guess I don't blame him because, you know, you'd think that this bet is going to be quite king X heavy or like at least some sort of strong draw into 2, but...
Yeah, this is where just like kind of having paid attention to how people are playing and hands that have happened previously is important so that you have a much better idea. I mean, I could get behind the fold based on what's happened so far, to be honest. He's not really done anything out of line. So.
No, I still think we got to peel 1.
Yeah, I personally would peel 1, but I don't think folding's completely insane on such a strong board for the opener.
Yeah.
And with the big
when we've got the heart as well, both of our set outs are nutted, so that's kind of nice.
Big blind's probably not overcalling that much king X pre-flop either.
No.
You know, like king 9 off wants to just fold.
Yeah, so. I did a final table, that one that Andy won the W Coupe, and he was talking about the fact that people are kind of flicking in those king X suited hands 3 ways where you just don't really want to play a hand.
Like king deuce suit and stuff
king
like that.
King 5, king 6 even are just folds just because of, like you said, that collision factor. The fact that people are doing the work for you, you can just fold and make money by the fact that those guys occasionally are going to cooler each other.
Exactly, yeah. They could just have like, you know, aces against 9s and it comes ace 9-4 or 9 high board or whatever. You know, there's plenty of opportunities for stacks to get in. So. And
I think Ronshin here is losing his head a little bit with this double barrel.
Yeah,
we block the 8-7, which is really the main draw here. Yes, we are ahead of some flush draws and stuff like that. But what's really going to call the flop and then...
He also isn't blocking any relevant value with the ace-8 because king 8, like it may be king 8 of diamonds peels pre, but that's going to continue to turn anyway.
Yeah.
And the ace of club, like blocking ace king is just not relevant because the big blind never has ace king because it squeezes it pre. So yeah, we're just like you say, losing his mind a bit and just going for it. But
yeah, just sort of thinking, well, maybe I can barrel him off of a 6x, but then like his only 6x is going to be with the backdoor flush draw the most of the time because he's bet 3 ways, like on the larger side. Yeah.
Weird one.
Sometimes, but I think people in live poker just think I'm going to win this hand. I'm going to win this hand. Yeah, this is my pot.
This is me now.
Right. I'll take it easy, guys.
Sweet.
See you later.
See you in a bit. King 6 off in the cutoff. Just going to be a fold, I'm hoping. Not a hand to be getting involved with. No good qualities apart from having a king. These suited broadways make very good shoves, especially versus like the button or the cutoff, and a guy with a decent stack who's been shown to be active. They just block good pairs, good ace highs, have very good equity versus hands that call. And his main call is going to be like ace king and ace queen, so not being dominated by either of those is good. And then like blocking jacks or tens, which are also calls, is really good. Call is just like a little weak, just allows the big blind in there with more hands that can dominate us, allows the button to still have hands that dominate us like queen 10 off and king jack off and stuff that fold to the jam. Hard to play out of position, hard to always realise your equity. Yeah, not really deep enough to play very many check raises or anything either, so it's just going to end up like, he's going to check call one and then end up folding, I imagine. Great flop. Gut shot for the jack 10, but no backdoor. And an open-ended straight flush draw. Well, open-ended straight draw and flush draw for the button. So he's going to be happy with that. Very, very solid equity. 65% you can see with 7 high. It's pretty wild. But that's just the power of this draw. Does turn the nizzles with the 6-7, which you absolutely love to see, just like so under-repped here. Or not under-repped, it's not the right word. Disguised is the right word. So disguised here, like, because they're only the suited combos that are opening pre. There aren't very many combinations of straight. And just having the redraw to the flush draw as well, you're just absolutely on cloud 9 with that board. Doesn't get better. Still kind of nitty here. Chips not really moving around too much. Short stack on about 1.3, 1.4 million there, so like 11, about 13 or 14 big blinds. So expect to see some action relatively soon. Average stat now only around kind of sus. I would guess just under 30 big blinds, maybe around 30 big blinds. So definitely going to be some action. King 6 suited is a great hand to open. In these short-handed situations with the ante, people proven already that they're just being a bit too tight, a bit too passive, not taking some of those 3-bet bluff spots. Really nice blocker, great playability against the big blind. Easy to fold against the 3-bet, so lots of good criteria for an open there. It does fold. Falls in the small blind. 2.8 million, so that's about 28 big blinds, I think. Just limp jam or... I'm not a huge fan of raising. We just kind of get some of the hands out that we had quite good equity against, like 9 deuce off and stuff like that. We get all those hands to fold and then just get him to continue a kind of stronger range in position with hands that can dominate us potentially. And raise calling. We don't want to be raise calling like 30 bigs, 28 bigs with pocket fours here. So I think limp jam, allow him to ISO some worse stuff and then fold. And just, yeah, having fold equity ourselves is much nicer than like raise calling it off here. So turns a gut shot after the flop goes check check. It decides to just fire. I think we just had a pretty good bluff catcher here, blocking the straights. We don't really get value from worse because he's probably not going to be defending very much 3x. He is going to have some 7x, potentially check a jack on the flop sometimes and still have some 6x, plus a bunch of strong draws that are going to be able to kind of get themselves into a situation where they're putting us under pressure on the river. And we can just, we can just get him to start bluffing some ace 5s or, random king 8s and stuff like that. So I think just playing a bluff catch line there with 4s would be my would be my go-to. Excuse me. Very tired. Yeah, expected King 6 off to raise as the chip leader on the button. Does. Seems good. Nine 5 off out of the way in the small blind. What we got in the big blind? 10-4 off as well. Going to be hitting the mark. Nothing there. Jack 5 off into the mark. Looks like we're on break. So we'll be back in about 10 to 15 minutes, I imagine. Don't go anywhere. You heard the lady. 60k, 120k. Chip bleeder on about 6 million, 6.5, something like that, 50 bigs. So it's not super deep now. Getting to the end of the tournament. 6 people left. I expect the next couple of hours, this next little stretch here is gonna contain a lot of action. Ooh, speaking of action, all right, 7.2 million chips we've got. That's quite nice. Nice big stack, 60 bigs. It would be great to get a stream that works. I would love that. I'd love it to just all be smooth so that I can see what's happening all the time. 250. So min plus and the 6-7 off coming in with the defend. Yeah, seems fine. This deep, not really dominated very often. Good playability. Unlikely to get cooled. So nice spot. Check, check, and then yeah, I think check on the turn makes sense for the 7-6. We could allow him to start betting some king queens, ace king, ace queens. The problem is I think we're actually better off just check folding, because so much of the range, that range doesn't bet. You know, like the ace kings and the ace queens, they just have enough showdown value to not bet. Same with the hands like pocket 8s, pocket 9s. So it's really just like some check back jack x, some 10x. And like some kind of check back over pairs, I think, that start betting. And then obviously there are these ones, the very high equity ones with the flush draws, but those just have amazing equity anyway. And yeah, I like the fold. Agio. Down to 20 bigs now. And DG Saita. I hope that's right. Sorry if it's not. I haven't actually said your name yet. I haven't really said anybody's name because I'm not going to lie, I'm not super confident with the pronunciation of some of these. Giuseppe, though. Giuseppe Saita. I'm guessing that's not Slovakian. If I were a gambling man. It's the battle of the ace jacks. Only one has a heart, but it's also the rubbish heart, so this is probably going to go check, check. Pretty good board for the small blind. He's going to have a lot of like 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s. And some suited broadways. Us blocking like queen jack, king jack, ace jack of hearts is nice. Blocks some continues, but he can still have the spades. He can still have like some ace queen as well that continues. Like ace 10 of hearts and stuff like that. So a lot of like quite strong hands. But yeah, it just has the one with no heart that folds, which is good. About 18 big blinds. These are tricky spots with the pocket pairs at these kind of stat depths. I think the raise is fine. I think it's probably the best play. Shoving is just about an option, but we do end up having a pretty face-up range that is mostly just weak pairs. So, although that's kind of like, it's like not the end of the world, because they're just going to call with a lot of their good pairs anyway. Like, you know, if the big blind has 8s, 9s, 10s, 7s even, those are just calling anyway. So it doesn't really matter if they know what they're up against. And if something like, you know, king, queen off knows that we have pocket fours, is that the end of the world? Because they're probably going to end up just folding. So that's just the restrictions that ICM places on you. You just cannot call it off with anywhere near as many hands. It's kind of like a fixed range, you know, like it's just really not going to have much of an impact. But I think just raising is probably the best play. And I like the choice to c-bet the flop as well. We just get folds from a bunch of ace highs. We do get floated sometimes by some hands we're ahead of, not so many, but they exist. But yeah, mostly just getting folds from a hand that has 2 overs to our hand, but 2 unders to the board, or like an over to the board, you know, some ace highs and yeah, 6-7 suited or whatever. Also just put pressure on like the unconnected 9x, something like 9-7 suited with no backdoor, which might end up just folding, so we could potentially get some better hands to fold straight away as well. Fold. No. Bit napkins, but he's going to get it through. Therefore, it must be a great play. Taking the ace blocker thing just a little bit too far. You kind of want something attached to the old ace blocker. You know, some playability, suitedness at that stat depth. Just being able to continue boards is important, etc., etc. Can't do that so much with just like offsuit gut shots with no backdoor flush draw and stuff like that. Making top pairs not strong enough. It's nice to have a little bit of backup equity. to be a shove. Very easy. Dreamy spot, really. Absolutely loving this with nines. I just don't get the 3-bet not all in. I mean, it looks strong, I'll give you that, but that just means that when we get it all in, it goes he jams and we call, and then his range is stronger because of our 3-bet looking so much stronger. He folds some hands that he might call the jam with. And also, yeah, so if he's going to fold some hands because it looks very strong, it just means that the hands that he then 4-bet jams are just even stronger. So we're really just hoping to get it in against ace king at that stage, whereas if we shove, he can like call it off with pocket eights. But I think if we 3-bet, he's not gonna like 4-bet jam eights, and we're not gonna get it in that way. So yes, I think just jamming is the play there, and also just stops him peeling to like king queen suited, and then us having to play these awkward one SPR with one overcard on the flop, kind of out of position spots with a hand that's just not that strong. Like 8-9s is very, very vulnerable. So under the gun jam with ace 3 off. Everybody's just, their wheels are coming off a bit. Tanking in the big blind for I don't know what reason. Yes, good. Well done. Ace 3 off, not a shove. Do not try this at home. Do walk off though. That's a patented technique. No, go away. No, you can't just sit down, man. No, you got no chance. Although Jacks did slow roll, there's never any justice for that either. So Jacks for sure winning this one. Yes, no cigar. Not that close either. GG for a few thousand, something like 4,000 euros, 4,500 perhaps. I'm sure we'll see in a minute, but a couple of questionable jams there, and eventually does get punished. Yeah, 4,000. So everybody locked up 4,700 now. Strange jumps, like a 1k jump and then a 700 euro jump. It's like the jumps are actually getting smaller, which is really weird. This is just like a strange payout structure. I can't believe the jump to 9th to 8th is bigger than the jump from 6th to 5th. It's absurd. Lemski.
Yeah, Queen 9 off, just allowing him to defend better hands, and he doesn't really cap himself that much by defending. He just gets to play in position against us, mediocre hands, lots of opportunities to get cornered, lots of gut shots out of position in bloated pots. It's just, these are just not the hands you really want to be stealing with. They don't make very much sense as steals, and it leaves your limps very, very unprotected, and it also leaves your opens like extremely vulnerable. If somebody notices that you're going to be opening a hand like this, especially where somebody could just look back and see in half an hour, then you're very much leaving yourself open to being punished. But probably not going to happen. Probably not going to get punished by anybody at this table, so might be a great strategy. Big fan of that 3-bet. Nice hand selection. Nice to see somebody take a bluff. Finally! Ace King in there. 10-6 off, not in there. Queen 5 off, not in there. 5 deuce off, also not in there. Next hand, please, dealer.
Denny opening it up now. Short-handed, chip lead. He's like, I'm feeling it. I think it's time. And I've got time for that. But bad timing. Runs into the ace-king, which I assume is going to 3-bet. But I could be wrong. It wouldn't be the first time. I'll let you know when the stream catches up. Does find the 3-bet. And 10-9 gonna find the fold. I assume. Not sure what we're doing here, to be honest. Probably this hand could have been over a few minutes ago. There we go. It's like they can hear me. I think sometimes people don't realise how much time they're taking with a complete non-decision. But I'd like to think that they will learn to. And let's just not waste everybody's time. Time is valuable, guys. We only get so much of it. I don't want to spend all of mine waiting for you to fold a really bad hand for absolutely no reason. There, I said it. Going for a limp. $6-4-0 is a little bit wide for a defend this kind of stat depth against a guy who's probably going to have one of the tighter ranges, being that he's opening into a few stacks that cover him and he's opening from one of the earlier positions. So 6-4, I think we just want to be folding really. Flop check seems fine from both. Turn lead seems okay. It's not bad. It's not bad. We got a reasonable hand, but now we definitely just want to check because he has so much Jack X. Yeah, not really sure why we're slamming chips down and like acting like we're hard done by in this hand when should have just been a fold pre, probably not bet the turn and definitely not bet the river. So hard to see where some people's rage comes from, but that is literally poker. Jack 6-0, not a go. Ace 5 is a go though. Good open. 2 swift folds, easy game, easy as that, money in the pocket. $22 bigs, the short stack, about 60 bigs for the chip leader. So still plenty of play left in this tournament. It is a very nice structure. So gives the skilled players a kind of opportunity to rise to the top. So button open, and yeah, this should be a jam pre-flop as well, the ace-10. Good blockers, just strong enough hand versus a guy that's not really folded a button so far. Get some folds from some hands with good equity like king, queen, queen, jack, king, jacks. We get some pocket pairs to fold. Potentially get some ace-jack to fold sometimes, you never know. Yeah, just a strong enough hand versus the button range, so definitely want to be jamming that one. Check calls turn, so it's fine. Check on the flop. I think queen 6 just has a pretty clear value bet on the flop. Like the small blind's going to have a lot of pocket pairs and some kind of Broadway type hands, which obviously will have kind of a draw or of some kind on this board. But we're going to end up putting a lot of pressure on stuff that's just not a jack. So. Yep, finds the check call. Very nice. Bluffing it off. Bluffing it off. And now stewing in it. I can just feel it from here. I can see it. You know, that sitting back, rocking in the chair, head back. Is the wheels are coming off. Queen 9-0 on the button. Going to be fine to open. Ace-7 off in the big blind, playing around 24 big blinds. I think you can really go either way here. Shove is okay if you think your opponent is opening wide enough. He's going to need a very strong hand to call 25 big blind jam here. I think even ace queen is in a pretty tough spot, so I like a jab, but I think a defend is pretty standard as well. A few too many big blinds really to want a jam pre, so. But we do have a very difficult hand to play out of position. So jamming does just take some of that away and definitely has positive EV. Nice size. Queen 9. Just trying to put pressure on floats and draws. No heart. Can barrel it off. Big advantage. Big blind's not going to be defending very much 4x. We're going to have some 4x that we open ourselves. We can just kind of blast it off. We have a huge advantage with the overpairs here. So, yeah. The ace of hearts seems fine. Yeah. We're not loving it by the size up, but he is going to have some bluffs in there, and we do just have decent raw equity on an ace turn. Is a bit better versus the size up than it is versus the size down, because I think the size down can really contain all of the ace x, but a lot of ace x isn't really going to size up for no reason, especially when we've got the ace of hearts. Turn goes check, which it's okay. He's not going to have 5-6 offsuit in the big blind pre-flop, so it's not a huge number of straights get there. He's going to be much more weighted towards flush draws. So yeah, checking turn seems like okay, but I think we're better off firing, and this river bet just doesn't really make any sense whatsoever. He's just like targeting other ace highs that don't bet bigger. The flop size is a bit polarized, so he's not repping like ace high or 3 or something that we get to fold here. He's repping like strong overpairs and like bluffs like this kind of queen high, 10 high and stuff. It's like he's repping strong overpairs on the flop, so like trying to bluff into a range that just snaps you off or has absolutely no equity whatsoever just doesn't really make any sense to me. The button can also have some hands that contain a 5. Yeah, don't like ace high. The reason we call the flop with ace high is because we have the best hand a decent amount of the time, because he's repping this polar range. That means we're ahead of a decent amount of it. So bluffing on the river, yeah, don't really get that. A lot of the ace high combos that you're trying to get to fold might just flick it in anyway, because they're not going to have hearts naturally, like unless they have like ace queen off with the queen of hearts or whatever. When we've got the ace of hearts. Queen 9 off again. Ace 5 suited in the cutoff. Very good, standard open. Ooh, he's gone for the limp, which I don't really get the point of. We get the big blind to defend worse suited combos anyway, and by raising ace 5 we get like the cut off to fold ace 7 off and shit like that. I mean, he's probably going to anyway, but we want to incentivize people to fold stuff, especially like the small blind. The small blind can now just complete like ace 9 off, whereas before he would just fold, and like we want to clear our equity and go heads up with a hand. This hand is not super strong, so we want to just clear it out, and then our like 5, when we make the pair of 5s, it's much stronger in a heads up pot than it is in a multi-way pot. And then what did we get? Check on the flop by the looks of it. And now small blind go for the lead, like it. Good hand. Got a diamond, we can bluff some diamond rivers as well. We have
a bit of an advantage, but not a whole lot, because the big blind is going to have all the same straights that we are. If anything, he's going to have more, because we might fold. Nah, we're not going to fold. We're not going to fold 9-6 or 6-4 offsuit further complete. Maybe 6-4 offsuit. So he might have like even an advantage, and then we will just have all the nonsense 2 pairs, because it's like a very, very wide limp pot. But the big blind again is going to have potentially some more 10-5 off that we don't complete. 8-5 off that we don't complete. So bluffing is good though, seems good. And then I would want to just fire this river though. With the small blind, the big blind is really going to fold a lot of 7x on the turn. Only really continuing 9-7 and 6-7. The rest of them fold. Us having the diamond means that we want to bluff. And now this is just also weird. Like, I don't really get. This is weird as well. Like, we just got a good hand to check back and win. Sometimes we beat his turn bluffs. Now we're just firing into a range of like 10x or better, really, and trying to get top pair to fold. Just a weird, unnecessary bet for ace-8 there. For 8 deuce, I mean. King 5 suited on the button. Going to be an open. Pretty nice one. Quite a strong hand. Ace, queen, and the small blind though. Would like to see what stack the big blind is playing, but this would be a nice hand to shove, assuming it's around 30, 35 or less big blinds, and we cover both. Then this would be a nice one to shove. What's the big blind got there? 1, 2, 3.5, about 4 million. 4.4. Yeah, I think I'm down with a shove. The big blind's super capped in what he can call off with. We block very strong hands. And yeah, we just want to get more fold equity against the button. This size is just a bit too small. It's not a complete disaster with the ICM considerations, because people will just have to fold more, but ideally still we want to just be, you know, making sure we're getting some folds. We don't want to be playing out of position too often. Gets it through though, chipping up nicely. Lets it go. The ace deuce. Jack 4 off. Yeah, I mean, even as a chip leader, it's just a bit ropey. So, going to be folding this one. Should be folding this one. Let me rephrase. Gets it through because they both had rubbish hands.
5 deuce in the muck. A7. I can't see him folding. We're opening Jack 4 off on the button. I'm sure we're opening A7 in the cutoff. Cooler. Come on. Here's a cooler. That's a start. Now we need like pocket 7s and 8-7 deuce flop pocket 5s. It's all coming together. This is just a great start to the cooler. I can feel it. Here we go, Cooler City. All in. Please don't do anything else. There have definitely been some missed jams. Yes, he finds it. Pocket 8s in not in a fun spot at all. Probably just folding. And we go with like 10s plus because the button can also be trapping sometimes, although I'm just not giving people credit for trapping in this tournament. I can't see the big blind jamming like 6s in this spot, and I think the button is also going to be flatting a lot of those pairs, so you kind of rule some of those out, and then it leaves him to just like stronger pairs and hands that we're flipping with. The button could be trapping a very small amount of the time, but the button also just has to call it off sometimes. Like the defending here is split between both of you, so if 8s was like the bottom of your call range normally, which I don't even think it is, then it definitely is a fold when it's multi-way. King Jack. Good hand to open. 2 high cards. Good hand. Short stack. Good hand. $30 bigs for us. 20 something, 22 for the short stack. I like a shove here again. Like, it's okay to shove 30 bigs with this hand. Great blocking properties. Big blinds again, not going to be calling it off that wide at all. Puts his ace queen, ace jack in the muck. And he really only calls it off with like ace king, and even then, like, he's not loving it at all. So we're just trying to apply pressure to the stack shorter than us. Calling's like okay option, but you see how many of these situations where we're talking about getting dominating hands to fold, and that is the case. Like, they're just having hands with either really good equity or hands that crush us that would have folded, because there's so many offsuit ones in the opens, and we're only jamming the suited ones. It gives us a big advantage with the combos because they're going to be opening all those offsuit ones and then folding them, and we're only jamming the suited ones. So we're getting just a bunch of folds, like folds, you know, 75% of the time or something when they have those, when they have their opens. Just so many of them are getting folded because a massive percentage of them are offsuit. See that fold. Not deep enough to peel our back doors here. We'd have like an all right one. Check raise though, blocking king jack suited, queen jack. King jack suited, and king queen suited. But yeah, not really deep enough. And he's just gonna have like ace king, king queen, king jack, aces and stuff like that. A decent amount. It's the nature of the game. 5 left, 4.7k locked up, 20k up top. It's just taking piss now.
Yeah, we want to just be range betting the flop here as the button. Just not defending very much 4x, so we just have like a really good hand to bluff with. We block 7-6, 7-8, which are some of the continues. We don't block spades, we can barrel it off. He's not going to be defending very much 4x at all. We have a big advantage with the overpairs. Turn, bet, check, bet, call. It's like, yeah, okay, and then river. Not bluffing the river seems pretty criminal. So yeah, not a fan of that one. Just fold 7 deuce, man. You don't have to open every hand. It's alright. Tens. Pair tens on the button. Gonna obviously just be an open. Ace 9 off in the small blind, 30 big blinds. Yeah, pretty good hand to bluff with. I'm a fan. I'm glad somebody's finding one of these spots. And also a pretty nice size. So well done. I'm a fan of this. It's refreshing. Tens all in. Small blind folds. Come on. Not another one of these unnecessary tags. We know we're not free bet calling ace 9 for 30 bigs, so let's just quit pretending that we are. Come on. In the muck. There we go. Another 20 seconds. I'm never getting back. King Jack suited. Definitely going to be opening that one. Queen 5 off in the muck. Deuces. 25 big blinds in the cutoff. Fold. But now we know that the button is folding. Maybe we don't fold. So now I think 25 big blinds. Shoving is a good option. Raising, like, still just doesn't feel good. There's still the added thing of everybody else also realizing that the button is folding and us realizing that. I don't know if people actually end up adjusting to that dynamic enough. So I wouldn't be super worried about it. Oh, we limped. Okay. We've seen him limp before, and if we were watching the stream or getting feedback from the stream, we'd have seen it last time he did with pocket fives. So I think ISOing not bad, shoving would be like okay, but maybe a bit of unnecessary risk. We can just assume that the small blind's folding pretty much anything that didn't ISO itself, and is just in there competing for the price. I like the ISO there. Let them just fold to a jam from the limper. Nice. Very nice. Ace 10 off, just getting it through so far. See what's up in the... Oh, never mind. All in. Snap, all in. No thought. That's ace king. I fold. Just another one. Like ace 10 is just never raise calling here. Yep. Nice fold. It's frustrating, sure. Maybe it is frustrating to just keep raising and folding, but it's not personal. You see, everybody's had the hand. That's the way the game works. It can feel the opposite sometimes, but just keep pressing those buttons. Festival starting this week. Started today. Sveten, €200, but there's a 300k guaranteed, a 500 euro buy-in main event. There's 1k PLO, 1k Hold'em, 300 heads up, blackjack tournament, sports betting, other PLO, just all sorts of stuff. There's a great series on, and yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be really good. Started today. Main event starts tomorrow, I think. There's a bunch of satellites on. There's bloody all sorts. So get down here. Don't miss it.
King 10, very fine open. Especially when you're the chip leader, but even when you're not the chip leader. Roulette tournament day 1A. Oh, give it a fucking rest, will you? Queen 6 probably going to be an open. Just running it over now. Hasn't folded a hand. Oh, see, like under the gun 5-handed, folding Queen 6, but opening Jack 4 off and 7 deuce suited on the button. You're missing some things there. Those two things do not line up. But whatever. Ace 4 in the cutoff. What we got now? 160k big blind. So on about 13 bigs. It's very close, and I think we just fold. But we shove when we got a few less chips. 10 bigs. Yeah, nice. I think. What was this guy's name? Giuseppe. Giuseppe. Not played too bad. Not too bad. Queens on the button. No, you did not just say I'm all in. No, man. It's just not how you play queens. Punt. Just the easiest induce of your life. You're trying to get people to shove worse pairs. 1 over ace x. Hands that you crush, king, queen, queen, jack suited and stuff, you just shove and you just make their calling range like ace, king and jacks plus, and it's just a disaster because you get it in against those hands anyway. You just make the big blind. If he had 10-8 suited, you just make the big blind fold hands that you have absolutely crushed, and you've only got 20 bigs, so it doesn't really matter if you get outdrawn. Like, you just go broke when there's not an ace or a king on the board, so... Dust! Yeah, I should probably just fold this one as well. Real disconnected stuff.
playing only in about 22, 23 bigs effective with the button, who's been relatively in line. Nice fold. Yes, like that. I like that shove versus the chip leader, aggressive chip leader who just hasn't folded a single open yet. Ace deuce off, gotta go. So nice jam there. Making use of those blockers, or that blocker, I should say. There was only one. Shremka. 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 Sremka. Who knows? Ace 5-0 on the button, raise it up. 10-3 off, just more unnecessary time wasting. Come on, mate, you've got 10 free offsuit. Why are you wasting everybody's time? Nice one. Jesus. Defend. One option. Good. Glad we're all on the same page. Napkins for the 9-6. Ace 5 just gonna c-bet, take it down. Does c-bet and get it through eventually.
Yeah, also not a shove on the button. For like 17 bigs or something. Just raise, just a raise fold. Good hand to raise fold. Shoving just doesn't achieve anything. Standard. Standard. All in. Gets it through. Some pretty meaningless stats for you over the course of about 50 hands, but why not? You're welcome. 5 left. 20 baggerinos up top. Jack 9 suited. You could limp here into the 2 chip leaders, like, kind of sucks to raise fold, but it's just not really the end of the world, and you're definitely incentivized to raise with your strong hands, so probably prefer just opening. Just a bit more dwelling, because why not? Why not? We've all just got free time to just sit and watch nothing happen, haven't we? That's what we live for. Just doing nothing. interesting one. 30 bigs effective. We can definitely jam here as well. Into aggressive chip leaders open. We got a hand that gets fold from a lot of better hands. Or hands that we're flipping with, at least, like a lot of very high equity hands. It's a bit tight for me, that. Specifically against the chip leader, I think you just have to take jams when they're handed to you, and this is a pretty good one. The pressure is on the person who's calling off, really, not the person who's jamming, so yeah, you just get like 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s to fold, and you get like ace jack to fold, ace 10, ace, obviously all of those, king queens, queen jacks, just so many combos of hands that are flipping against us and have good equity, and he really only calls it off with like, I don't know, 8s or 9s plus and an ace king, so that out of a range of 80%, we've seen him open 7 deuce, jack 4 off, so into a range of like 80% plus, then let's go. Doesn't matter when you know you're just getting queens the next hand. It's easy. Just do that instead. Yes. No? How is he not all in here? Like, how are you just not all in? This is the easiest jam. Just another, like, I mean, the freeze is like a little bit more counterintuitive, and you probably wouldn't you wouldn't necessarily assume that it's a jam, but the 6s is very, very intuitive, like big blind versus button. I don't know how you can get deep in tournaments without jamming this kind of hand. This is just like such a great spot. And queens checking back the flop, yeah, I don't really get that either. We just kind of always have showdown value when we chat about the flop, and the way I would read this hand is like, when you miss a c-bet, when you miss a obvious range c-bet that all your bluffs like know is a good spot to c-bet, then when you check back you just have showdown value. So when it's like, when you start betting the turn, it's going to be quite obvious that you had like the pair side of your showdown value, because ace high just doesn't randomly start bluffing, so. So yeah, you're often just going to have like queens or a jack or pocket 10s, 9s, 8s, 7s or ace high in that spot when you check back. So as soon as you start betting the turn, I think people are just going to work out, like I personally would end up folding 6s on the turn because of that reason. I think you have super showdown value heavy, and when you start to just size up the turn, it's never the ace high side of the showdown value, so it's basically always like jack X or pocket pair. And 6s does not beat that range. All in. Yeah, so he's finding these like blocker. Oh no, he's just called again. Man, you guys gotta learn to just like go all in pre-flop sometimes. This is just a little bit fancy, as my friend would say. Fencing around the point. There's money to be made in final tables. 2 missed shove spots in a row. This one's pretty easy as well, to be honest. We may or may not see an inspiring pre-flop play. So far, I don't think we're going to. I think this is going to be a battle of raise, call, check, fold until the very, very end. The bitter 12 big blind end. Deuce is under the gun, 40 bigs, probably just a fold. 2 shove stacks. Hey! Just not a jam for 16 big blinds. Oh, you can't just fold ace-4 suited, 5-handed. Yeah, definitely some pre-flop blunders being made. I don't know how else to describe it. I don't want to hurt people's feelings, but they're paying me to talk about the poker, so I'm going to do that. Ace 8 off, under the gun. I imagine that he's going to open, seeing as I saw him open ace 4 off under the gun like 7-handed. Nice. Knew it. Yes. 0 blunders in that hand, which is an improvement over the previous hand. Bit of opera in the background, which I'm alright with as well. Queen, Jack, off. Raise. Good start to this hand. I'm feeling confident that we're going to get through pre-flop without any blunders. Good, good. Now just call. And we're laughing. Alright. Not a fold. God, I was really confident that they weren't gonna. Jack 9, man. I thought we were on there. I thought we were nailed on for not making a mistake, but nah. Nah. Fold. I fold. I've only got Jack and a 9. Fold. That's not a raise. No, that's the big blind. Okay, nice. Another episode of Not a Jam. That's why I love you so. Oh, it would be cool to see a really good hand. Oh, I had such high expectations after the aces trap, you know? Saw that aces trap, I was like, wow, just going to get absolutely schooled here by all the Slovakian locals, but turns out that's not true. AC Kingy in the cutoff is a hand we want to VPip, and I'm confident that he's not going to make a mistake here as well. Yes.
Mistake free, mistake free, mistake free, and top it all off with a call. Hey! That is a great flop. The guy who raised pre-flop should probably win this hand. Ace 8 suited. Gonna be a raise. After some more time has passed. Hey, we did a raise. Ace 8. Fold. Cool. Not strong enough. Not a strong enough hand. Often dominated. Doesn't dominate. Especially when we've seen the guys not even jam in pocket sixes. And Queen Jack suited. Which means that his jamming range is just even stronger. More ace-x. Not wider ace-x that we dominate. Just good hands. Real good hands.
Pair of jacks, just an absolute hand rack at the moment. King Jack, rack. King Jack the rack. I count King Jack as a good hand. It's 5-handed. It's 2 cards above a 10. It's pretty sweet. Pretty good. Ace 10 suited on the button. All in. Hey. Fold. Well done. Nice. I appreciate you not taking ages with King Jack offsuit. Big fan of that. Of that not taking ages. King, Jack, raise. $320. Anything else? Wrong. Yeah, finished. Thanks. King Jack. Oh, he didn't. Dust. It's just not a shove. Sorry, guy. But you guys are not doing a great job of the old pre-flop. But that's what makes these tournaments great. It is only €170.
If it makes you happy. Fives in the cutoff. King 10 in the big blind. So far, so good. Check. Bet. Yeah. Nah. We just like want to defend hands with better equity. A backdoor flush draw or a gut shot or a pair and a backdoor flush draw or something. Not just a random king high that can just turn a gut shot and then fold, and then fives. Fives just trying to get a 7 to fold. Because the only 10's probably going to continue, but also some of the 7x is going to be a flush draw. Some of the 3x is going to be a flush draw, which I guess is not so bad. And then he just peels, turns a 10, and then folds. Just very backwards poker being played. Mystery hand into the muck. Jack 5 suited. Ace Queen in the small blind. Not going to be folded. Got 20 bigs, 19 bigs. Not a thing. Not a thing. Can see him shoving here, but I think a defend is also pretty good. Yeah, just goes to the defend. I think defending is going to be a better play, but wouldn't totally hate on shoving. Both players got a spade. Studenic with the nut spade though. This is the problem with these min raises. You just Keeping a super wide range, you're going to brick a bunch of flops, and you're just going to have to play out of position in these kind of weird bloated pots. When we could have just limp jammed. Ooh, I like this though. I'm a big fan of this. If you're going to do any kind of check-in, this is it. I like that a lot with the nut flush draw. 2 overs, nut flush draw, just put heaps of pressure on all of his pocket pairs. Sorry, all of his flopped pairs. Even his 9x is just like, well, what on earth plays this way that I'm ahead of? It's just like a flush draw only. 2 overs and a flush draw as well, so it's always going to be a bunch of equity. So, didn't see that one coming. Getting the folds out. Just another great hand to be raising with. No real reason to limp this one. We're trying to get offsuit ace-x to fold in the small blind. We're trying to get some hands with equity to fold. We don't really want to go multi-way in ICM situations. Just raise and get your folds pre-flop. This is just a bit unnecessary. Not the right hand to be limping. We want to be limping hands that are like a little bit weaker than this. This ISO as well is just like a bit of a disaster, really. Like if you just raise and the button has a trap and he shoves, you just folded a bunch of equity that you didn't need to fold. Like you raise folded a really good hand with no relevant blockers. You allowing the button to just limp call. You're not even really making it a particularly challenging price. I don't know what's going on with the ace-6 limp fold. Like, I mean, fair play to Student. He's just realising that everybody's just folding everything all the time and just being horrendously nitty and taking advantage of it, perhaps. But, I mean, his hand choice is just not great. And, yeah, I mean, I don't know what that was. You were back. Nine. Want to see the big blind stack? Can't remember it off the top of my head, but I think he has like 6 million or something. We got a nice hand to jam. If not, I guess we just 3-bet call. If the big blind has heaps, we just 3-bet call. But we could shove up to like 35, 40 effective here, really. Especially if we're covering the big blind, so...
Nice. Nice finding the free bet. Gonna just be a fold. King 6-0. Fold. Don't know why people would just keep dwelling on these just complete nonsense opens. It's a bit boring. It's, again, just like complete nonsense open. Just absolutely makes no sense whatsoever. It's just not, just people, why no consideration for your hand? Like, surely when in the modern day and age you have some like understanding of blockers, etc, etc. Like, you've heard that term. You must realise that having a 9 and a 7 is not great if you want to raise expecting to be able to fold, because you're just blocking like weak 9 highs and weak 7 highs and generally not strong hands. I don't know about any of it, but I'm gonna go have a break.
But wait, there's more. We're back for 200k big blind with many hands to come. King Jack on the button. Oh, we've had a chip up. That's a nice little 500k chip. Wants to use one straight away in there with the 525. Even though we've been min raising every other level, now it's a 2.6x. Because why not? Ace queen off under the gun, pretty standard. Another just open to 525 from. I don't know, man. All in, no, 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 no. Ace king suited, just got the easiest get in. Big stack opening under the gun. Small blind all in who covers, not really asked about under the gun's range. And small blind's just going to have a lot of stuff that we crush, ace queens and ace jacks, because he's going to shove all that stuff against the under the gun. Ace king of diamonds not exactly brimming with confidence in the old body language department right now either. Fidgeting around like a madman, face inside the jacket, arm across the chest. It's all like, please don't call, I don't want to do this three ways. Ace queen suited has a really easy fold. Just not a decision here against two 15 or 16 big blinds jams. The big blind rejam is just insanely strong, and ace queen is just always crushed. He probably definitely tanks for longer with jacks, and that's the only hand we're in good shape against, and even then we just don't really want to be all in against two ranges, when also the small blinds range is likely to have hands or blockers that interfere with our equity, like king queen suited, ace queen, ace king himself. So come on, into the muck a few minutes ago. I mean, he folded the eights earlier. I got to assume that he just knows the stuff as a fold. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe people think they have to dwell when they have a hand that's good, but this is, in reality, it's just not really a tough decision. Okay, finally. Yeah, dusted it. Absolutely dusted it. Nice. I just really want ace king of diamonds to win, because that would be some justice. Poker needs a bit more justice. Good, great turn. Absolutely love to see it. So, down to 4. Anyway. Alright, all in for the last 10th of a big blind. Ace 9 in the small blind, 33 bigs. I think ISO would be good to like 600k. Just try and get the big blind to fold and go heads up against the short stack. It does. Man, that ace 5 is a big old dust. Oh, it really is. Down to 4 then. 4.7k for that effort. 5.5k locked up for everybody else now. More fun jumps. You know, 15 buy-ins now. It's getting a bit more exciting. 5 Gs. Quite nice to cash for 5 Gs. But 5 figures is looming. Then it's nice. Yeah. It's nice. 10 Gs. For a poker tournament. It's a good day. $15 bigs for Giuseppe. So not very much ICM pressure on him now. He is, when you're the short stack, you're kind of at liberty to get it in without very much pressure because you're expected to finish 4th. So achieving what's expected of your stack isn't necessarily a bad thing. Obviously that doesn't mean just go wild and try and go broke with any two, but it just means there's some spots where you might have to tighten up. You no longer have to. The pressure is still really on the person who has to call it off, even if they're not calling all in. Like, there's still considerations if you're calling 3/4 of your stack and the other person then doubles up and you become last if you lose. Like, that's still not an amazing situation to put yourself in. So King Dewey. Folds. 10-4. Folds. Find the muck. 6-5. Offsuit. Cool. Who has made the least mistakes? Probably seat 4. Or what seat is he? Not 4? 6? Can't remember his name. I want to say Frankie, but it's not Frankie. Philip. I think Philip has made the least mistakes. Therefore, I'm rooting for him to win at the moment. I don't know if I'm allowed to do that. I don't know if I'm supposed to be impartial. A cooler! A cooler! 3-bet. All in. Cool. Showdown. Why have we raised to 575k? He's already put in half of the stack as well. There's no need to dwell. It's a very easy decision. Again, like, there's no games to be playing here. There's no edge to be gained by pretending that you've got a difficult decision and then eventually jamming, because he's made it 1.4 million. You are getting all of your chips in and you know it, so just put them in. You don't have to have this great facade every single time. Cool. Cool. Maybe some justice for the slow roll. For the time wasting. All the time wasting. Just a sweet little deuce on the river. Nice. Can't say that he hasn't earned it. Yeah. Good game. 4th place. Didn't play too bad, to be fair, that guy. Giuseppe. Gives us the peace out on his way out. Respect. Philip, which I'm going to call him even if that's not his name, because I'm pretty sure it is. Eight G's. 39k, 40k left in the prize pool between 13.3k each at the moment. Stacks were even. But no deals for me. I mean, they might do a deal, but I'm just saying, if I was to be participating in this tournament, I would probably not be doing a deal. Because, have you been watching? Same. Just that 525 open again. In position, out of position. Do you mind? I don't mind. I'm just going to make it 525. A flat 525. Oh man, it's so deep. we've adjusted. Adjusted back down to the normal size. King 8 suited. Interesting. King 8 suited. Feels like it might be good enough to peel, but it's last in chips, like, versus a guy that's opening any 2 on the button. Yes, 3 mistake-free decisions. Absolutely. Well, I mean, apart from the sizing on the button. So, other than that, though, check, check. Also seems pretty reasonable. Check, check. Seems pretty reasonable again. Oh my god, it's only a reasonable hand of cards. You don't win. Nice. Nice, guys. Good job. Good job. Nice. Nice, guys. Good job. Good job. AC Kingy. Raise. I reckon. That's what I'd go for. What would you go for? Yes. 425, please. Come on, Philip. Oh yeah, Philip for the win, surely. Cool. Good stuff. Good stuff. That's a good flop for 10-9. You're pretty happy with that. And probably want to check raise. We want to protect our equity, especially without any overcards to the board. We want to put his 2 overcard hands in a tough spot. His ace highs, his hands like pocket sixes, an 8, queen jack, jack 9, all those kind of hands we want to just apply pressure. We have the best hand a bunch of the time. We're going broke against an overpair anyway, so trying to protect our equity and potentially having some bluffs. He can give us some bluffs like 6-7, jack 7, potentially jack 9, queen jack. Goes for the jam. Jam. Think. Making it like 1.1 million is a bit more appealing because then we could potentially have some bluffs. We don't just like really bluff jam a gut shot, I don't think. So it's much more top pair heavy here and then like occasionally jack 9. But I think mostly going to just be a 10. What we got? What surprises lay in store this hand? I trust him to raise. And raise he does. 425? Snap 3-bet. Not really sure what compels us to just suddenly choose this hand. I mean, it's not the worst, I suppose. It's probably fine, actually. Probably a pretty good hand to use. I take it back. Nice hand. Neither here nor there with the king 3 off open. Don't think it's the best. Don't think it's the worst. Now I think it's amazing. Great open. Don't know why we're calling Jack 10 here. Just not enough good turns. We have to check fold on a 7 and an ace. A 9 and a queen are really only it. A jack and a 10 are like, yeah, whatever. They're okay. I suppose they'd rank on the not terrible scale, but they can also just still be crushed when we do hit. And he can just have a king. He has a bigger range of advantage on this board, so on all the bricks we have to fold. We don't really have any good blockers or properties to bluff with. Goes for the river bluff, gets snapped off by trips. Nice hand, sir. Like a fiddle. Chips are changing hands though, which I like to see. That makes it a bit more interesting. Our once chip leader now down to the short stack. Playing around 27 bigs, something like that. And chip leader playing about 50 bigs. 45. 10-9 suited. Oh! That was just the most, just the biggest display ever, wasn't it? I don't think it was even deliberate. Oh, and then this sizing. Oh my god, it's just aces. It's only aces. That whole thing, man. I would just fold. I know we got a nice hand. We're just not deep enough, I don't think, for this to be beneficial in such a high money pressure spot. Like, it just I think, it's just aces. Aces and nothing else. I know you're probably just like, oh, you can see their hands. Just the take ages, deep thought, look, double check, sit back on the chair, count out the bet, make sure it's right, and then end up with this batty little min raise. Like, it's just aces. It's not ace king taking it. Ace king just goes, oh, 1.5 million because I want you to fold. 1.2 million, 1.3 million, 1.4 million. Doesn't take this kind of reset, sit back, like, oh, just the most bait aces thing ever, man. Honestly, yeah. Oh, it was awful. It was just one of those spots where it's nothing but aces.
Yeah. I mean, the guy with kings earlier, you'd be throwing up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Button opens to 425. Big blind, like, takes his bet out. Takes his big blind out. No. Cuts out like 1.5, and he's all like jittery like this all over the place. And then this lasts for about a minute, and then he eventually sits back on his chair.
Yeah. Very comfortable
Still no
now.
bet in the hand. Now he's thinking about all the different sizes. He's putting these different bets together. Another peek at the guy's chips. Checks the bet size back. Thinking about it again.
Just exuding strength.
1.3, 1.4. I want to get this right. I've got a very good hand.
How do I keep him in?
Right. And then 900,000.
900. Yeah. That's the size that. I mean. It feels weird because obviously I play 4-card and 5-card and a million card games, but in 2-card, when someone does that, it's just one hand, isn't it?
It's one hand, yeah.
And that's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's one hand. So Helsby, oh, you got to day 2.
Made the day 2, got average stack. Really great tournament.
3k for the winner.
Yep, 3k for the winner, but
just a great
7 left, 5 paid. You know, it's a sitting go.
Yeah,
let's get in the money.
Yeah.
You know, I've got things to do tomorrow. There's the 550 day one. There's a 220 PLO. Like there's a.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah.
We don't need to do this.
No,
it's
I
only
think they're expecting a lot of players because apparently a lot of Swedish people who love Sweden, because that's where the game originated from, were going to come over, but that didn't happen. We've got Rojkashin sort of barreling again. At least he's got some backdoor equity this time. Turns a gutter to the mug's end of the straight.
Yeah.
Sits back in the chair. He's thinking, right, well, what to do now?
What should I do?
Yeah, do I bluff or do I give up? And now kind of the opposite in terms of the live tells, you know, just sort of a little bit perplexed. Sat back,
mouth movement.
Sat back, but in a different way.
Yeah,
you
much
know?
different way.
Kind
it's
of
not back's not on the chair.
No, exactly. Kind of mulling over his options. He's still quite like tight in terms of his body language. Yeah. And now the check. Yeah. And I think that this would be exploitatively a range bet for just whatever size you like once you see this. You know, because if he has like natural barrels like the 9x, the flush draw, the Jack 10 or something like that, those hands would know what to do a little bit quicker. You know, this kind of tank check out of position, wide range versus wide range.
People just didn't never bet big enough.
No.
This like 40%er doesn't set up stacks for the river, doesn't really get us any protection from flush draws or like much value. He has a bunch of top pairs in his range still. This guy has like, can still have ace king, ace queen, ace jack, ace 10, and those all just call a massive bet.
Yeah.
He can have like pocket 9s, pocket 10s, he can still have kings and queens. And yeah, we're just like, how's 40%?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's great, thanks.
Mm-hmm. But also, you're unblocking all of the continuing
everything
range,
that continues,
you know?
apart from ace-x.
You have no heart in your hand, you have no 9 in your hand, you have no 10 in your hand, you have no 5 in your hand, so your hand is worth a lot versus the check. I don't think we're going to see a check out of position with any hand that beats you, right? So
No.
it's, you know, your hand is worth upwards to pot. But again, you know, final table situations, small sizings, kind of non-committed bets.
Yeah.
And par for the course, really.
What are we waiting for? You got. There's been so much dwelling as well, just unnecessary dwelling.
Yeah, the tank folding with the burgers offsuit combos pre. I've done a lot of commentating on these final tables here,
It's
and
always the same.
yeah, and even in the UK as well, you just see some people just. I think they're just sort of blinded by the lights a little bit. Like there's that kind of 5-second barrier where they're just like, oh yeah, I'm still on the final table playing for a lot of money. Like,
Yeah.
you know. Is this the hand I just completely tee off?
What's going on? Oh, maybe they're talking about deal.
Yeah, it looks like they're talking about a deal. I don't think these two guys should deal, to be honest. The two on the right.
Nah, this guy's a bit of a duster, actually. It turns out.
Yeah.
But this guy, I wouldn't deal if I was him.
No. Let's
Or-
try and use more sort of qualitative language. Let's be a little bit more political. But yeah, an ambitious player. Someone that has a relatively decent grasp of the game, but just kind of overdoes it a little bit.
Yeah. Also that.
I think he's for sure winning in these fields.
Yeah, I
For
guess.
sure,
I guess
for
so.
sure. The standard on day ones. I mean, obviously, cream does rise to the top in a structure like this, but we're still left with, you know, 3 players that, you know, aren't. I don't think any of these guys are online pros. So you know, this is a different kind of world that we're commentating in, and this is the beauty if you're watching and thinking, you know, should I come to Slovakia and play some of these tournaments? I think the evidence is staring you straight in the face.
Yes. Yes, it is. Certainly leads to some interesting hand histories and
Yeah.
interesting routes through tournaments.
But just the great thing about it is there's a lot to learn from. You know, you can dissect all of this, and like we were saying earlier, you find these population tendencies, these, you know, non-committed sizings, the fact that too much of the game is based on the strength of the hand. However, we will be taking a break. See you shortly.
Oh, we're back. Straight in. With... What are the blinds? 300k? Nah. 250. 100 and 200. Still? Okay, guess they didn't finish the level, so we just jammed 30 bigs, blind versus blind with pocket sevens. Slight blunder again. Not really the thing we want to be doing. Ace 10 suited in a big blind. I think it's a fine decision to call. I think jamming would also be a reasonably good option. 30 big blinds effective. Ace 10 just doesn't really have too much incentive to bet, like other than getting called by some draws like Queen Jack and King 10 and Queen 10 and some flush draws. So yeah, I think just check calling because we beat some ace like we beat some hands that are gonna bet themselves on the turn. Like he might start bluffing with those draws. So the King 8 suit, King 8 raise is an interesting one. It's very spicy indeed. I don't completely hate it. I think it's not unreasonable at all. Ping. Now what? Small bet. Small lead, 1.2 million. Yep. Oh, Gin Tonsky. That is exactly what this stream needed. Just, yeah.
Right then, back in business. Do we have the payouts?
No.
No. I shall message for the information for the stream.
I think they said that there was about 4k left over there, didn't they? The TL has been done, I think.
So deal has been done, so likelihood is we're going to see slightly looser action.
Yeah, there was a 30 big blind open jam.
Oh.
First hand back from the break, blind versus blind with pocket sevens.
Okay. Don't want to see a flop.
No.
Got a pair.
Yeah.
In. In. Slightly better hand, in theory, to limp jam, because you're going to get ISOs from stuff like King 3 off, Queen Deuce off. You know, all of these were like 1 over, 1 under, offsuit kind of hands that just play so poorly as a check back. So, again, just an example of a slight lack of understanding of the ICM type of play.
Yep.
Like this open, no hands to defend, just taking it down and reinforcing the chip lead. So good stuff. I thought this the guy in seat 5 has been pretty solid from what I've seen. So Studeni on the button here as the short stack, opening with the single blocker hand, and just going to get some bad news here as Ace Queen is just going to pile it in.
In theory.
What are we going to see then?
Probably a jam.
Yeah. And this is an example of why you don't want a 2.5x off of a short stack in these spots.
Yeah.
Just with your entire range, you know, because you're going to have a lot. You're going to have a lot of hands that can't call a jam. You're also going to have some strong value, of course. That's just part of the range construction. But for the times that you get jammed on and you have a hand like this that is, you know, just completely drawing dead versus the rejam range, you've lost 100k in chips, and those small little sizing errors all add up in the long run.
Exactly. You don't want to incentivize them to fold when you've got a good hand either.
No, exactly. Like the 2.5 is, you know, I wouldn't say it's a sizing tell, just in case he is, you know, using a 2.5x open with his entire range. But for the most part, it's kind of like I've got a decent hand here that I want to open with, but I don't really want any action. I'm just happy to take it down. So pocket 5s here is just going to be jamming all in, and queen jack off. Nothing to be done.
No.
But seat 2 using the min raise, which is nice. It also means you can open more hands profitably as well. For the larger size, if you're opening those kind of trashy offsuit hands, you're just going to get punished quite a lot, because the rejams will, you know, kill that, and kind of it's a counter exploit versus that. But 5s in the middle and no call, so on to the next.
Thinking about it. 20 bigs, ace 3 off.
So 3 ways to the flop here. 9-8 versus 2 potential rejamming stacks. I don't know if I'd be opening personally.
I think as the chip leader, you
can still get away with these?
Yeah, you want to just be opening quite wide. The small blind.
I might be wrong. I just thought a hand like King 5 off would be a much better open than
this.
But
you can just but you can just open.
But you can still
both.
like 60-70% range.
Yeah, I'd say something like that. Especially as they just proven themselves to not really rejam anywhere near enough.
Yeah, and so you can basically open any suited hand, any like high card blocker, and then all of these like pure offsuit connectors, of which there's a lot, probably starting at what, 8-7, then 9-8.
Yeah, 8-7, something like that. I don't think this. I mean, when I say I don't think, I mean I know this ace-3 off peel is not something we want to be participating in.
Yeah.
And the jack-7 off overcall also not something we want to be doing.
Yeah, this ace-3 is a bit of a tricky spot because you're not really deep enough to 3-bet bluff with your blocker. You kind of are forced in, and actually that's kind of one of the nicer things about this button open. When you've got 20 big blind, small blind, and 30 big blind, the small blind is kind of caged to all-in, call or fold. You know, there's going to be no 3-betting really, and if they do 3-bet, it's going to be a fairly face-up, extremely value-heavy range.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's actually quite nice with the stack distribution to think about that. This lead from the big blind I actually quite like. He's got a 7 of hearts, which is going to be a blocker to a continue. The jack also a blocker to the continue. He's got a gut shot, he's got an overpair, and when the flop goes check, 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 especially the button is going to be stripped of 10x. The small blind can still have some 10x, but I think on a board with a flush draw and a very connected one, you're going to see a lot of leads from the small blind with 10x. So he's up against 2 pretty capped ranges here. But again, just the sizing decision is a little bit small. On the turn, you're saying, I've got a strong 8. Oh, whoa, 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 what's going on here? This must be an error, right? In terms of the graphics.
Don't think so, mate.
No?
No.
Oh, no. I mean, okay, I know what he's thinking. I think he's thinking that the button is going to bet all of his 10x on the flop, and he's going to be capped at 8x, 6x, pocket 7s, stuff like that. But
maybe
you've got ace-3 off, you know?
Yeah.
What's your equity versus a calling range? Wow.
People just fold everything as well, don't they?
Yeah. I mean, that 9-8 with no heart, I think, is a call, to be honest.
Pretty good one.
Yeah. Like, the small blind isn't check jamming a boat, right? And he's probably going to lead most of his 10x 3-ways for that reason that I just said. So
yeah.
The small blind there has got a lot of like open-ended straight draws, gut shots with 1 over, and in terms of like, what do you lose to actually by that point? King 10 off. That's like check jammed. Does that even check jam? It's just going to bet the turn. Yeah. Steams it through. Finds the ace-x blocker on the button. Going to be an easy open.
Yep.
And yeah,
yep.
Snap all in. Good stuff. And just going to be a fold. There's no shame in folding. You're going to have some raise folds on the button, so no need to have mulled this one over really. Oh, but we are having a look. So funny looking at the Slovakian commentators. The picture paints a the face paints a picture. You know, they're just like, "Come on, man, you've opened the ace, you got shoved on."
Yeah,
it's
time to move on.
Fold time.
I've been saying, I've made that comment on this stream a few times. Like, it's slightly tiresome, just literally wasting your time.
Just the Hollywood. Yeah. I like to play fast, and not only because me and you come from somewhat of an online background where you're just used to more hands, but just what's the point, right?
Yeah, what's the point?
You're
there was one earlier where
yeah.
button opens off like 17 bigs, 16 bigs to 400k. Big blind free bets to like 1.4 million when the guy's got 2.4 million. He's got ace king off on the button. It's like, come on, man.
Just shove it in. Yeah.
He's made it over half of your stack. Like, just put it in.
Yeah.
Well, nothing different's going to happen now.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, you might be racing, you know, like whatever, like just
You know you're not folding, just put it in.
Yeah. So these are the spots that I'm not so good at, but I don't think in this field I would shove with the King Jack suited. He does elect to shove. I think this is a hand that plays really well as just a complete 30 effective, to be honest. You know, you keep in the range of worst Jack X, worst King X, 7-6 of clubs that you might be able to get in with flush draw versus flush draw, or flush versus flush. 30 effective as well. Your hand just isn't very efficient as a shove, you know, because if he's calling, you're going to be completely crushed, and you're just not really folding out that many hands that you wouldn't want to play against post-flop. Like, if the guy's got ace-3 off, your hand has much more playability than his.
Yeah.
You know, you've got...
do get some better hands to fold, but...
Yeah. You get those weak ace-X to fold. You get some pocket pairs to fold. But in the long run, I think your hand plays much better as just a defender.
Yeah. I'm kind of easy either way. I don't mind it in there a little bit, but certainly wouldn't jam every time.
Just at 30 effective when, you know...
And
so limping with the...
they have done a deal, so...
They've done a deal, yeah. So maybe he wants to play a slightly higher variant strategy. Actually, an interesting question. How would you really change your game for that? I mean, you're still playing for a lot of money, right?
How much? I don't know. What's the deal?
You're playing for 4K.
4K?
Yeah.
Just outright 4K?
Yeah, they've done an ICM chop with 4K for first, so...
Okay.
Like... you know, now second and third, with 3 left, with the 4K up top, there's really no ICM pressure, so you can just play kind of chippy
it's just
V,
like
right?
it's like a satellite now.
Yeah,
trying to win a one-seat satellite.
One-seat satellite, yeah. But you're still kind of just playing chippy V right now.
I think, I think being very aggressive pre-flop would be my strategy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just pushing it a little bit more. But you'd probably be doing that anyway on a 170 FT. So seeing a 2.5x ISO BVB with the pocket 2s, 30 big blinds deep, just a really weak hand selection, because you're blocking all of the snap folds, you know, all of those 8 deuce off, 3 deuce off, 4 deuce off, 5 deuce off, 6 deuce off.
He min-raised 9-7 off blind versus blind earlier as well. It's just like just clicking buttons.
Yeah, in these wide range versus wide range spot, we saw him earlier. He's a little bit on the splashier side.
Yeah.
Now he's got a range bet board, so fair enough. He does elect to bet. Little bit of a downsize. You could go way smaller than this as well. On Ace Jack 6 Rainbow, when you've got Ace Jack, you've got Jacks, you've got Aces. Obviously, the ranges are way wider than that BVB, but still just want to be going like 20 to 25%. So now he's got the decision where, you know, do I just triple it off or do I give up? And it's a fairly quick check. And I mean, as ace 4 here, I wouldn't even mind a check back, you know, because if we are getting trapped, we're obviously like drawing dead. Most of the interaction around that board is going to be a natural double barrel, so your opponent's going to be nearly drawing dead when you've got the top pair there. And you don't have a hand that's strong enough to bet 2 streets. So checking back there and just allowing him to maybe go for the bet check bet bluff line could yield a slightly better return. So again, very small. Oh, sorry, button open. Yeah, Jack 10 defending the 5-3 suited.
Yep. So far, so good.
Just missing the
Missing
clear
the
C-bet.
very clear C-bet. Yeah, he's checked a bunch of draws back.
Yeah.
On spots
But
where
he's
it's just
kind
a
of
range
like
bet.
Polar when he's betting, right? He's got value or
bit,
just
yeah.
completely nothing, like
Yeah.
that Ace-8 double barrel earlier, 3 ways.
Yeah.
And now Marek electing to bet when after check, he's really just repping absolutely nothing here.
Yeah.
10-7 or 10 deuce suited are his only hands that he has.
Jack
And
9.
he's probably not defending 10-7 off. Yeah, Jack 9.
Another just click blind versus blind as well from
Yeah.
the other guy this time. Studeny. King 5-0. Slightly better hand choice. Still just not a great size. That's all.
So the numbers that they've agreed on
Oh yeah.
are 12.4k for Philip, 12.2k for Maxim, and 10.7k for Marek. So Philip in the middle of your screen there, getting the slightly more than second, 12.4k. 12.2k for Maxim, who I believe is seat 2 in the screen right now. And Marek is getting 10.7k with 3.9k for the winner left to play for. So obviously a very flat structure with 3 left. Gonna want to be pushing it a little bit. Winner takes all format. Just you want to take any spot as much as you can. And Marek again with wow. Just check jam the King 5 on Ace 3-3-7. I mean, maybe he's got a sizing tell on that guy because he's really relentlessly gone after him with just nonsense combos. So
Kingies.
So Marek on the button, opening the 5-3 suited into the chip leader. Let's see what sizing we get here.
Just defend. Go on.
Just
Yes.
defends. Okay.
Yes.
Like it.
Come on,
Let's
Philip.
go. Love to
Yes.
see it. Love to see it.
Oh yes. Flops middle pair. Probably just going to put loads of chips in for no reason.
Yeah, just going to bet the flop, try and fold out like the 8-7 and all of that kind of
Check
stuff.
call.
Check call with the King of Clubs for sure. Don't want to be check raising here. You're just blocking all of the continuing range. If you've got kings without the King of Clubs, there is some chance that your opponent can have top pair with the flush draw, which obviously never folds to any size.
Yeah, but
this one is gonna call.
Even with no club,
Yeah.
you
just call,
check
right?
call,
You just
yeah.
you just block too
you make
much.
a flush, you make a flush. Good
Yeah.
luck. See you at the river.
And there's just, you know, your opponent shouldn't have 4-3 suited. He's going to just have ace. The only hands that have equity versus you are like flush draws, which
I was
you block.
about to say he also just barrels these real weird nonsense combos
Yeah.
sometimes as well. Like
Like,
this
what's
just
this?
this just so unnecessary.
Versus the any 2 suited big blind defend.
Yep.
Like the flush completing card
We're
is
just
so
getting
bad
nothing to
for
fold.
the button.
Yeah, we block the pairs we'd be trying to get to fold.
And
by
the king
bluffing
isn't
the
a
turn.
club, so the guy can still have like a weak
The
top
king of
pair with
clubs.
the king of clubs.
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
And this is just like check call with kings. Please.
And you also
please
block
don't
the
lose.
weaker part of the continuing range, which is going to be like the 3x, you know,
Yeah.
the 3-6, the 4-3, stuff like
ace
that.
3.
Yeah, you know, so
Yeah, this bet's just
No!
no. For God's sake, man!
come on, let him blast it off, dude. Let him blast it off, man.
You've got the king of clubs.
You've got the redraw, the board pair. What are you worried about here?
God, this is such a dust with this hand.
Yeah. Let's
Sorry.
tone it down a bit, but yeah. For those of you watching, wondering why our reactions are so aggressive, it's just because what are you scared of? You know, if the guy's just barreling off 6-7 and you know turned a straight draw and like rivers the 9, good luck to him. You know, this play is really just burning chips because you're blocking all of the strong hands that guy's representing. You know, when he's going to continue the turn on the flush completer, he's going to have strong top pair with a flush draw at minimum.
When we check jam and he calls, he has a flush.
Yeah.
It's like that
Yeah.
simple. When we check jam and he calls, we just get it in behind and we get him to fold
Yeah.
everything that has no equity.
Maybe he has a set sometimes, but like that's
Getting stacked anyway.
That's going to get stacked anyway.
It's such a burn, honestly. That whole hand was really good up until then, and then that's
Yeah, that's an
You ruined
example
the
of
line.
blinded by the lights final table mentality where you make your hand, you improve to a draw with the hand that's blocking all of the other hands. Oh, what's going on here? So Zuzmik came over and there was some kind of agreement between the pool. I don't know why the chip leader at this point would ever agree to any kind of additional deal.
No.
Although he has just rifled it in with the nut versus a very loose aggressive player. So it looks like another deal's been made, and we're going to be on a break.
We're back. Oh, that's a big chip lead. So Philip must have stacked our mate then. I thought that was going to happen, to be honest. I felt like Philip was slowly but surely pulling ahead of the field in this table, and I would have considered him a reasonable amount stronger than the other two players when we were three-handed and the other three players when we were four-handed. So can't say I'm surprised. And he has a massive chip lead here, so this should be a probably a pretty quick heads up. I think his understanding pre-flop is just much better as well, so I think he's going to be making less errors, and yeah. Let's see how it goes though, because you never know. Heads up is a funky game. Big comebacks can happen. Only takes a couple of hands. Aces. This is how it can change, although not a great flop for the 10-8. Pretty, like, not bad backdoors though. 10 of hearts is a very nice card, and you do have to play a much wider ranges in heads up. However, pretty short, so I think folding's. I don't know, man. It's tough. I missed the size there, but versus a small bet, I don't think I'd be folding the 10 of hearts there.
So a heads up. What
Heads
happened?
up. Yeah, I don't know. Missed it.
Missed it.
Missed it.
Shit.
But he's also got a huge chip lead, so I'm guessing there was some big coup.
Some kind of cooler.
Yeah.
Could have been. Could have not been.
Could have
We've
been.
seen some 6-3 just in the Mac pal.
He's big blind, so.
Oh, right.
Cool. Oh, 50. Okay, so 300k big blind. Yeah, so he's literally got 11 bigs.
Yeah, and this is somewhat of a cooler, really.
Yeah, a bit of a cooler.
Yeah.
Somehow, I am guessing they're going to find a way to not put very much money in there.
No, it's probably going to go...
Check, bet, call, check.
Yeah. Oh, now the queen changes things.
Check, bet, call.
Mm-hmm.
All in.
Wow.
Cool. Oh, we've got the 6-3. I thought we had the 6-7.
No, we've got the 6-3 that's limped the button
We've
for
got
some
the
reason.
6-3. Yeah, I call. I'm very suspicious because when people...
We unblocked the 7-8, the 7-9.
Yeah, the 7-8 and just the spade turn as well. I don't think people
Sometimes you
lead
just
jam
see
like
people-
6x of spades.
Sometimes you just see people like donking in King 5 as well,
Yeah.
you know, like stuff like that. They're like, well, I've got a pair.
Yeah.
Oh, he
Wow,
folds.
he folds. That's unreal.
The kicker was playing, but
I
unlikely to hold.
I just think they have loads of like 7-8 of spades, 8-9 of spades, 9-7 of spades,
Yeah.
stuff that turned equity.
He's stabbed one big blind on the
Floated
flop,
once.
right? So there's tons of backdoor spade draws, and I think that the donk jam is obviously never a queen, right? So you can eliminate the queen.
And you block 6.
You block the middle pair, so it's going to be some
Draw heavy.
bottom pairs that are kind of just like they want protection. They don't want to like face the overcard river and like
Yeah.
not really know what to do.
Having 6-3 is actually better than having 6-7 because you want him to have 7-8, 7-9.
And the side card was pretty nice as well. But yeah, we're going to see some, you know, haphazard plays, but
Big
that is part of the game.
Heads up, yeah. I think we want to limp the 8-4.
Yeah, the high card is just enough to warrant a limp. You can flop a straight. Those are usually good qualities in a hand.
Yeah, and heads up's just wide ranges. You really only fold the very, very bottom.
Yeah, exactly. Whenever I watch the guys on GG playing 100, 200, they're always running 85 to 90% VPIP.
Yeah, that's cash as well, isn't it?
Yeah, that's cash, which is even worse to just limp the button
Yeah,
because
there's
of the
rake. And here, there's added incentive to play. Oh, there's no anti-heads up, though, is there? Or
No.
So, but still added incentive because there's no rake. So compared to a cash game, it's added incentive.
Yeah.
At least all of the pot's still there if you win it.
We are playing 100, 250 as well, which is worse for the limp, right? Because you're not quite getting as good a price. So 8 deuce suited is fair enough, though.
Yeah.
I think you want to limp most of your suited, well, like 99% of your suited combos.
Yeah, just jam. I don't really love just jamming ace king there.
No, I think you want to. You can ISO like 2.8 to 3.5x.
Yeah, because a lot of his limp calls are going to come from like weak ace highs, king highs, and then obviously against the rest of his hands are just kind of crushing anyway. He's also going to limp jam a lot of ace highs, ace tens,
he
ace
can like
nines,
trap you with ace 10
suited
suited on the button and just go for the limp jam.
Pocket pairs that we just flip
So ace king here, now we've got like 18 big blinds. So let's see what he does. No.
No, he's got oh, it's 250, yeah.
It's 250 big blind. This is
yeah, too many. We're just like waste. It's the same with the kings. Like your hand's way too good to get folds now. You don't want folds right now. You want money in the pot.
Like if I'm there in the other guy's shoes with ace 3 off, I'm folding to the shove.
Yeah.
But if the guy min raises, I'm all in.
Yeah,
so like
exactly.
he's just completely lost that share. Lost that sort of.
And that's the crushing share as well, because one, all the money's in the pot, and two, you have a big equity advantage.
For sure. But
it's very hard to make chips heads up if that's how you're going to play your good hands.
But the issue is in heads up, in kind of like the human psychology aspect is just like. It's a lot easier just to rip the chips in and just
not
kind of
have any decision.
Yeah, just see a board. You know, I've got a good hand.
Nobody can tell me I did anything wrong.
Yeah.
Again, we're just all in. It's going to be a game where Ronshin just keeps shoving. Philip eventually finds a better hand.
Or some hand to call and
some hand to call. We run it.
The 8-6 suited, when you're about 18 to 20 big blinds effective, just want to be limping that one. You've got no blockers to the rejamming range.
Did he raise?
He raised, yeah. You're just not really pushing much equity with the 8 high there.
I mean, it depends. I think you can play a variety of strategies like heads up. You might choose to just only min raise or fold the button. You might choose to play 100% limp. You might choose to mix raise fold limp. It really depends on the opponent. So I think like against specific people, raising 8-6 could be fine, but this guy's not really one of them. I agree, just limping.
Yeah, limping for me is going to be the best play with those like medium sort of one gapper connected suited hands that just play really nicely post flop in position. And just getting shoved off of a suited hand heads up is problematic because suited hands have so much playability in terms of their, future equity. So you can like stab a board where you basically got nothing, but you can pick up flush draws, straight draws, like decent pairs. Whereas with the offsuit, it's kind of nicer just to raise. So ace 10 suited here, obviously going to be opening it up, and 9-6 off.
Defend.
Yes, going to be defending almost the deck. Getting a nice price.
Oh yeah.
No.
Yeah, this is pretty like healthy hand. It's not really even close to the bottom of the range.
You can flop some decent hands with the 9-6. You can flop straight draws,
your heads
top
up,
pairs.
Man. You just got to remember, like your heads up. Yeah, everybody's only got 2 cards. Like the much more of the board is in play, much more of the deck is in play, much more of the range is in play. People's range is just overall much weaker because you're getting dealt so many hands. Most of them are just going to be like garbage. 9 high, 9-6 off's like a pretty strong hand, man. You can make good stuff with that. You make a 6 or a 9, you've got a very good hand heads up. Doesn't really matter what the rest of the board is.
So we're playing for 3.9k. Both players got the lion's share of the ICM deal. I believe, I will recheck the numbers. And the numbers were 12.4 for Philip and 12.2 for Maxim.
Queenies! Oh,
Just jamming over the limp.
yes.
And I don't want to continue this kind of like negative slant of this play, but come on,
It's
man.
a big burn.
Yeah.
It's a big burn.
I think it's better to check back than shove, to be honest. Way better.
100% better,
Yeah.
like infinitely better.
Yeah.
This is just, you're just never going to make chips playing this way. You're just going to break even. He's got really easy decisions.
You're basically hoping that the guy's like limp trapping you with like
Jacks.
ace 10, jacks,
Yeah.
10s, 9s. You know, that's it. That's like
all he calls it off
four
with.
combinations from a million hands that might call a small ISO, that can flop top pair versus you. When you flop the overpair, you get the money in post flop. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
It just needs to be a little bit more of a nuance, and just, I know it's a big situation for these guys, right? It's probably in these big fields like live events in Slovakia. It's probably the first time they've played for 5 figures, right?
Potentially, yeah.
So even though you've locked up the money, it can be easy for them to look down at a hand like queens and be like, well, what if there's an ace or king on the flop? I'm just going to go all in. And
The guy's limped the button, so it's
Yeah.
probably fine.
the guy's limped the button with the 90% complete
yeah.
hand, you know, like he's not going to have an overcard that often, and even if he does, he's got 3 outs. So
Yeah.
and he's never got 2 overcards because ace king is, you know, actually ace king
I
probably.
think I
does
won
trap,
my
but-
first ever heads-up match in a tournament when the winning hand I checked back aces and like the guy limped.
Yeah.
I just checked back aces. And he made some ropey top pair with like
just get the
10-4
lot.
off. Got the lot. Yeah, stacked.
Because they
Goodbye.
can't fold by that point
No.
because you've got, you know, a million.
Check raise the flop.
million
He's
blo-
just like all in.
Yeah, you're like perfect, mate. All right,
Let's
good
go.
Luck, good luck with your
Trophy.
22% or whatever you've got. Okay, so Jack 8 here on the button's going to be a nice hand to stab, and does get the fold from the queen high.
Just snap folds the gut shot.
Yeah, queen
Queen
high
high and
has
a gut
got
shot.
a pretty, even on a connected board like that, queen high has got some decent value. You know?
Yeah,
you can
you got to think about it like you have queen high, and so far your opponent has limped and then just stabbed the flop. So his range can be almost anything. He could have like 4-5 offsuit and just be stabbing one big blind,
exactly.
and then that makes his strategy profitable because we're just folding queen high with a strong draw, a draw to like effectively the nuts,
Yep.
because we assume he's never limping ace queen.
Yep.
So you're just folding a draw to a very strong hand, plus what could just straight up be the best hand.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this is what you see a lot in terms of final tables, right? So you're getting a lot of guys that play 9 max, 8 max tournaments for a living, and when they get to heads up, it's very uncomfortable to look down at a hand that you would usually snap fold.
Yeah.
Because you're just, it's easy for you to get into the mindset of just like, oh,
Playing
well,
the hand.
yeah, how can I make a good hand with this hand? You know, I'd always fold this hand. So now I'm heads up, and it's just these adjustments are where the big edges are in tournaments.
I absolutely love heads up, as
exactly,
you know.
Exactly, I know you do, and I was chatting to Nebo actually yesterday
Oh, yeah.
about your adjustments that you made in the heads up versus him, where you were opening a lot of buttons, and he won the first game. And he said you started limping the buttons,
Yeah.
and it just completely threw him off psychologically because he didn't know what to ISO, he didn't know like when to take aggression because he realized that you were going to be balanced in every spot. So he just was kind of like
Forced into checking a bunch.
basically just forced into checking
And
a bunch,
being out of
forced
position.
into taking passive lines out of position with cap ranges,
Yeah.
and then you just go after him, and he just didn't really have a response. And
Yeah.
he said that he really liked your adjustment that you made in that heads-up game
Nice.
because
Yeah, that was funny. I went one down. I was kind of like, I think I hadn't lost a round until
I played him, and then he beat me in the first. I hadn't lost a match in a round, and he beat me in the first match, and I thought, Like, I just instantly realised, even halfway through the first round, what I was doing wrong, but I didn't want to change my strategy mid-round. So, after the round, I was just like...
You must have thought you had some edge versus him, and you just want to keep the SPR high, right?
Yeah.
Because it's, post-flop, you can just grind him away.
Yeah. So then I just thought second round we'll just mix it up and see how he responds to that. And it turned out to be a good choice, and then absolutely romped it. Yeah,
exactly.
It was a great match, though. I enjoyed playing him.
He's a great guy.
Yeah, I love him.
Yeah, I was chilling with him yesterday. So limp.
All in, cool.
Okay, so we're off to the races here. I
think we want to just jam the Queen Jack off first in.
Yeah,
but
we're about 13 big blinds. We don't want to. He might fold. He might overfold a hand like Ace Deuce, Ace 3, Ace 4. Sometimes King 8 off folds. Like the Queen Jack is going to have good equity versus the calling range.
Yeah, he doesn't. I doubt he understands calling range. From what I've seen, he's probably going to be overfolding, especially those like kind of king highs and stuff. So
okay, so the diamond no good for Philip. So he's just looking for a queen or a jack at this point. A 5 or an ace or a diamond would almost basically lock it up. No equity shift on the turn, just going to be a queen or a jack for the win. And this could be the double up now to just about 2.5 to 1.
Oh, there it is.
And that is
GG.
The magical 6-outer on the river.
Loves it. That's a great feeling. Just no more having to worry about, he's doubled up, we've got to do all this again.
Exactly. You're one card away from thinking, right, the match is back on now. Like, we're going to have to really grind out this 4,000 euros heads-up match. But gets it done with the top pair on the river. And that's just a lot of relief. I kind of coined this phrase recently where I believe that tournament poker is like 95% pain and 5% relief.
Yeah.
When you win a tournament, as a professional player, it's not actually like as good a feeling as the downside of just busting bullets after bullets after bullets, and watching just clear mistakes around you and just thinking, well,
why aren't I winning?
Why? Yeah. When's my day?
Yeah.
So great stuff from Philip there.
Your day's tomorrow. Speaking special.
I hope so. Does kind of
play down to 5 tomorrow.
Back on Sunday.
Back next weekend.
Yeah. Back next weekend for the 2K up top.
Televised final table.
So great stuff from Philip. Takes it down.
I'm happy he won out.
I think
almost everybody on the final table.
He showed some good understanding of the game. I don't think he made any like super dusts apart from the kings.
No, there was.
But I can understand where he's coming from. I can resonate.
We've all been there.
We've all been there. You're in a big spot. You've got a great hand. You're a little bit worried about like the ace of clubs getting there. Like, does he have a straight?
That's
draw?
Literally it, though.
Yeah, that's
the thing.
it. Yeah.
Like, it's not like we have bottom set. Then it's a bit different. Like, if you have bottom set there, no club, you can
unblock the top
pair. You unblock the top pair with the flush
the
draw, and then worse hands can call as well. But he blocks the hands that can even call. And just has so much backup equity. If the board pairs, you don't care. If the board's a club, you don't care. Like, there are no bad rivers. There are 0 bad rivers. Absolutely 0.
Exactly.
But anyway, he's won the tournament.
Some good takeaways. He's won the tournament. He's been the most impressive player on the final table, in my opinion. And it's nice to see that. Some solid play gets rewarded, because in tournament poker we both know for sure. I've almost given up on tournaments. I just play live tournaments now because I'm a little bit over it. But
yeah, I've definitely been over it in the past.
Yeah.
Something about them just keeps me hooked in.
Yeah, the big money up top, the fact that just
I don't know. I don't think it's not so much about the money for me anymore. It's just the enjoyment of winning. That's the thing you don't ever get in cash. It's like, you win money, but you don't win win a thing.
You've not beaten someone.
Yeah,
they just rebuy.
Gone from a lot to 0.
Yeah,
and then being like, you're the last one. Look, let's take your photo. You don't have a good cash session and someone goes, go on.
Yeah, exactly. If you chip away on someone at cash, you just make wages. Like, there's no glory, there's no feeling. You don't message your parents being like, I just made 500 quid on the cash game table. I don't give a fuck. I just won a tournament for £200.
I'm the best. Yeah, exactly. Start to finish, there's something quite nice about the process. Anyway,
Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching.
And we will see you next time. Plenty of streams coming up for the festival this week. We're going to have a lot of day twos. We're going to have a lot of high stakes action.
That's the festival. The festival.
The festival that is the festival. Yeah, the festival. The festival. Check it out on thefestival.com if you're local. Plenty of
festivals.
Yeah, low to high stakes action in Bratislava. We will see you soon at the Banco Casino. Thanks for joining and goodbye.
Goodbye.